We are going to test this little system of the show. So let the festivities begin. Let's do it. Boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. 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 Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Boom. I'm on it. I'm on it. Good old countdown timer. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Whee! Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Your mother ate my dog. Woo! Zingaya. Zingaya. Oh yeah. First. I am first. Welcome to the Globe Call. One thumbs up. Nuh-uh. Can't be. Okay, 3. Okay. Hit that like now. Boom, like now. Why don't you share the show?
Are we resorting to comedy hour now? Obviously,
La La Land
Gravity, La La Land is reserved for special people that double speak, that say open is closed, closed is open. La La Land, we are in La La Land. Gravity, obviously. La La Land, La La Land, La La Land, we are in La La Land. Gravity, Gravity, obviously.
Are you ready? Call your mama, call your papa, call your friends. The festivities are about to begin. Boom.
Joeception. Testing, 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. I think y'all can see me. Hell yeah. I think you can hear me too. Very good. Very. This is working. It's working perfectly. Now, if I'm looking over here, what if I want to look over here? And then I want to look over there again. Supershow! Make it rain. Halle. Shout out to Anamorphic Mind for a $5 super chat. I'm not in a cult. You are in a cult. Hold on, my cult leader. Hold on. My cult leader is calling. Whee! Thank you very much. Shout out to Anamorphic Man because that was a very good super chat. Top of the show. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that very much. If you guys want to hit that like button under this stream, please, boom, like now. And if you all can share the show, I will really appreciate that if you can share the show. Frog family would be happy. Squeaky Earth. What do you think, Squeaky Earth? You happy? Yes. Mabbett. Oh, yeah. Well, guys, I need feedback. It looks good for now, you know. This laptop that I'm using to stream, there is like 200 degrees. It's burning. But it's good, man. It's good. I think it looks great. I like it. I did a little tweak so we get a little bigger screen, you know. And we're gonna have these festivities on. Everybody have fun in YouTube land. Remember, thumbs up, share the show, and support like Anamorphic Mind did via Super Chat, or like any of you can do via PayPal. That is also a good way, the way you can support this channel and the boom to stay alive. So please hit me up on PayPal. The link is pinned in the YouTube chat box. How about that? If you hear the background noise of banging, 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 well, that is because the washing machine is on. So, washing machine being on, a little background noise, maybe background noise, maybe not. We got 13 watching, 8 thumbs up. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. We have DR Curious Tube in the house. Mr. Malord, James Mind, Joe Mungus, Martin, Dan, the Waterman, Anamorphic Mind, and Farmer's Boy. If you are new or not, pop in the YouTube chat box, say what's up, say hello, have fun, and troll responsibly. Please, please, please. The one rule, if you are in this channel, you must troll responsibly. And if you just don't want to have fun, you can just talk and chat. But if you want to have fun, this is the place for you to do it. Just tell the people where to find us, and let's see where this one will take us. Today, we'll open the Discord server Daily Boom. If any of you would like to join, we have a place for that, and the place is the YouTube live text voice chat in Daily Boom Discord server. You can find a link to the Daily Boom in the description box. Remember that I was all over the place. Like this video, share the show, join Discord, give me money, and have fun. If you want to add anything else, go in the troll responsibly options right here. Troll responsibly, have fun, give me money, share the show, hit the like, and boom, something like that. Thank you all for being here, man. Thank you for your patience. What is Shike doing over there in the Daily Boom? All right, he's confused because I had temporarily the YouTube live in private so I can do my rant uninterrupted, but let's open it for the public. And let's move Shike over here. Let's see what's up. He might be confused. Well, who do we have over here? Well. What's up, Shike?
Hello, Jose. I heard you mention Dan the Waterman. I would really like him to come in voice. I want to ask him because I heard him saying he has respect for Bear. I want to discuss this with him.
Okay. Well, Dan the Waterman, you have been called out by Shike. There's something that we'd like to discuss with you. So come on now. Farmer's Boy is in the house. What's up?
Oh, that sounds interesting. A challenge. Oh.
Yes.
Oh. We'll have a bit of that.
Challenge is up. How does it look on YouTube, the stream? It looks, it looks good, not lagging, not messed up.
Yeah.
No, it looks fine. Yeah, your laptop's coping at the moment as long as it doesn't suddenly combust.
But yeah, this is hot, like for reals. That's the only thing. And it's not the fan because I opened it up and the fan is working. It's something is just not cool enough, man. The parts are old or whatever it is, you know.
If it gives you any comfort, Intel took all this in consideration. It's not going to blow up.
Yeah. Oi RT96. What was the notification? What was the sound in the super chat? I didn't hear it. I don't remember. Was it
a cow?
Oh, okay. Cow. Just going and cowbell maybe.
I don't remember.
Cows and maybe cowbell. Okay, that's good. That's good. I appreciate it. Very annoying, right? Like overwhelming.
Yeah, let me check.
And Farmer's Boy, ain't playing with that keyboard. He ain't playing.
Yeah, I'm still working. People are hitting me up on emails, Chime and Team, all at the same bloody time.
Yeah. The invite in the description box should be good, man. But I will generate a new one and I will throw it in the YouTube live.
I thought he was already in your Discord. Am I thinking of something?
Yeah, you should, Dan. You should be already in Discord, but if not, anyway.
Oh no, he's not.
All right, there you go. Yeah, all set. We should be having Dan the Waterman. The Waterman.
Water.
Yes. It's water, or which one? All of the
water.
above.
It's water. Water in it.
Water. That's difficult. You see how many pronunciations for just one single word, man. Tricky.
Yeah, and that's just over here in the UK. There's probably a dozen different pronunciations.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's Dan. Dan is in.
Okay. I wasn't in the. Can you hook him up there, Sarmers, for me, please?
Yeah.
So.
What roles do you want to give him?
A speaker and posters.
Oh yeah, we got you. There you go.
There you go, Dan. It should be ready to rock and roll. You want to give it a mic check?
Hi, how you doing?
There we go.
What's up? Yeah, heard. But you've been here before in this server, weren't you? What happened?
I thought so.
You left?
I don't know.
That's weird.
I do not know. I'm not good at Discord at all. That's mostly why I come around, because I got to figure out more of it,
Right. From the people listening on YouTube, if you guys please want to let me know if any of us, myself, Chike, Farmers, or Dan are a lot louder than others, how the audio is, because in my main PC I had the levels all set for people, on the audio. Over here it might be a little off. Some people might be a lot louder than others. So we just talk normally, and hopefully in the YouTube chat box, people watching will give me feedback and say like, hey, Farmers is too loud, or Dan is really low, or something like that. Just wanted to let that. Chike, you wanted to talk to Dan. What do you think, man? What you got in mind? Go ahead, take the floor, guys.
Well, I heard Dan say on Bev's show that I don't remember what exactly what said. He had the respect for it for Bev. He had some respect for Bev.
I'm a little bit torn about that, to tell you the truth. I mean, I think he's cordial. He's cordial.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Even friendly a bit, but his whole show is just rambling, really.
Cordial, they say. Sure. We show. I saw this just a few days ago with Brenta. It was very cordial. Well,
yeah, I like.
I'll show you posts. Bev says he's not a flat earther. And he also says he never said that Earth is flat. I'll show you a little image I took from Twitter.
Yeah, he keeps jumping around, but really...
Wait.
It's painful to be a flat earther. You have to understand, saying you're a flat earther is like saying you got your head up your ass.
I don't care. If you're a flat earther, I know it's a pain. If you kill people, you're a murderer. I know it's inconvenient. It doesn't sound good, doesn't make you look good, but that's what you are. If you bake food, you are a baker or a chef. That's what you are. You can't avoid it. That's the name. Now, I posted an image of Bev saying what he denies today or pretends to not understand, and especially the one I enclosed in red. especially that. Bev says that since Earth is 70% water, and all the water is what he says there. All the water is level, as verified by Google. Earth is flat. That's what he said. Now
Let's hear then.
he bluntly denied that he is a flat earther or was a flat earther. When I have evidence, he was. He never tried to refute. He never said he didn't wrote it. So I take it he knows he did.
You know he's always playing language games, so you know that he's just trying to stay away from the title Flat Earther. It's the tag he doesn't like. He's not against Flat Earth. He's against the tag. And of course we're all against the community that we used to call the Flat Earth community, which doesn't exist. You know, we all wished there was a Flat Earth community, but there isn't.
Well, so, that's open for debate, but listen.
Well, unless you try and take
said he didn't when he did. I don't care if he like it. I told you that's not a thing to argue about. He don't have to like it. That's what he is. That's what he said. If you say he didn't say it, then he lies. Now, if he lies about that, what else maybe he's lying about?
And you're a flat earther, right, Shaky?
I'm not stupid then.
I'm just asking your position.
Then I answered you.
Then you are a flat earther.
Have you heard? Why do you think? What will you say that Shaky is a flat earther? Have you heard him say he's a flat earther ever?
No, I hear him arguing. I hear people giving him shit. So he must be on the opposing side.
But I argue with everybody. Does that make me a flat earther? People that argue for flat earthers? Is that?
I know. I just was asking his position because I understand that he's generally arguing or being shit on by I don't know. I guess I'm hearing Blue's voice. You know, somebody talks shit about him. I don't know.
You hear voices in your head. Then
that's a good one.
I argue with Bev. I argued for I don't know what good reason with this balanced truth, and I think I argued with you, so I can't be flat earther, can I?
I just don't recall arguing with you, and I don't know about what subject, and I'm not sure what you want from me today. But I've got a bigger problem with Bev's people than Bev. Bev's all right. It's just
no. They follow Bev. You said he had a problem with the word Earth. Didn't you get silenced yesterday, Jose, for saying Earth?
Yes, Earther for typing.
I couldn't figure out why I kept getting stuff thrown out. Yeah, and thanks for figuring that out, Jose.
Yeah, I guess the word Earther is a bad word. That's what they mean. Earther, like as a globe earther or flat earther or triangle earther, whatever. Earther, just the word Earther is a bad word in their server. Isn't that something? What the fuck?
They against the word Earth at all because Earth is abstract. Earth is abstract. For them, Earth is the land they stand on. The oceans don't exist. The Earth, airplane flying, doesn't exist. Only the land. And the land, they don't stand on any land. They stand either in buildings, on asphalt, not on Earth.
Yeah, every time I've heard Chike argue a point or anything, it's normally from a point of science and not from a point of belief, you know. Yeah.
And then don't you remember I showed you a picture one day and you said you'll think about it or try to understand it? That's nightly reset. What's going on?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
And the question was, am I questioning my position? Is that what you're asking?
No. You said you don't recall talking to me.
Definitely not. What do you want? Would you like me to Would you like to recap what discussions we've had? I have no idea what you think we've discussed.
I posted this image. Do you recall seeing this image?
Oh yeah. With the,
Hello,
what's the
Dan.
height on that? 1,200 feet. That tower, 1,200.
The tower is 600. The observer is at 1,200.
Right. Okay. I remember talking to you about that.
You
Right.
gotta figure
So
it
we
out.
talk,
That's good.
right?
Yeah, you gotta figure it out. Good.
That's okay. If you don't remember something, you can ask me. I'll remember it for you.
No, I just don't know everyone. So I'm I'm generally 9-on-1, 10-on-1. Sorry if I can't identify whose fist hit me at what time.
Come on. We were easy with you. We didn't bunch on you like they do in beds, right? We took
Chai,
at least we took turns on you, right?
Chai has a very peculiar accent and way of speaking, so we should remember. It's like me. If if you talk to me, you should remember, like, Jose, it's got to be him. Like, just there's not many like with my Spanish accent type of approach. So.
Well,
Chai.
we figured out he has a good visual memory and bad voice memory.
I must have a bad memory because I couldn't remember whose voice was who for a minute there. I didn't know if it was Jose speaking or Cheik. They sounded the same to me.
Oh shit! Damn, that's no, that's racist. I'm just kidding.
Do I sound anything like Jose?
No, you don't.
That's good.
You two don't sound anything like each other whatsoever.
I was joking, come on.
I know.
It's just a lot of people that come in here as flat earthers. There is a case to say where they do regularly turn around and say, I don't remember that conversation with you. You know, it is one of the phrases when they don't want to answer an answer they've already given to a question, they don't want to give it again, and they say, oh, I don't remember, you know.
You accusing me of lying just for fun?
Oh,
no, I'm saying that you could possibly have a bad memory, but it's a thing that I've seen with a lot of flat earthers that they do not remember a lot of the previous conversations, you know. Yeah.
I certainly remembered the image. I didn't remember the name. So, yeah. Sorry, Shaky.
There's a cool image. There's a cool image of a tower. Is the Blackpool Tower on that somebody put in the chat box?
Yeah. Same tower. And look how tall. I told Bev I thought you're a short man. I had the idea that you're very short, but in this picture is like over 8 meters tall.
Was the observation point 1,200 feet? Is that what it was?
In my image, yes. Give or take 100 feet, I don't care really. Doesn't make any difference.
Jose, I've been presented some decent stuff. You know, when we're not fighting, I can, people contact me in the back chat, send me stuff to go over. You know, can't do it 9-on-1 while people are yelling at you and calling you a liar.
Yeah.
But when someone takes you aside and presents information, you can get in a real conversation. And it is a fascinating bottom line with distance shots, because we, being flat earthers, are absolutely convinced that we wait for a clear opportunity to shoot. And the globe side is convinced that we're waiting for perfect opportunities of refractive qualities. And yes, there is clear days, and yes, there is refractive qualities. So it's an interesting argument. My only still point of value is I've spent, 12, 14, 24 hours in a row at these same areas. And I'd be surprised if I was waiting for perfect refraction. I believe I'm waiting for a clear view. So I am using the word belief there, which I don't use a lot. But I believe I'm waiting for a clear view when we're shooting long distance stuff. And the globe model says I'm waiting for the perfect opportunity of refraction. I'm not denying refractive properties of light, and I'm interested in it a great deal. but pretty sure I'm still seeing distances. Pretty sure it's not an illusion of any kind. I know I'm getting some good evidence otherwise, so I'm looking forward to pursuing it some more.
I just want to ask, have you seen the images of, like, you know, the black swan images that were put around by flat earthers? Do you think that was somebody waiting for a nice clear day? What do you think?
It's not that clear that day, to tell you the truth. That's not a very clear day, I don't think. And I do live in that neighborhood, so I'm familiar with the coastline there.
We've had lots of arguments with flat earthers saying, no, this displays perfectly, you know, we can see farther and all that. You know, but you're saying it wasn't there was a lot of atmospheric distortion. They were saying it's one of the best pictures that flat earthers ever had. You know, what do you think about it?
It does demonstrate an inconsistency. The straight cranes showing all the distortion in the air is fascinating. So that I understand is different than refraction. The distortion that we see higher off the water is probably more heat related than moisture related. And we all know we are looking at a combination of conditions. You know, it's not one thing that we're trying to look through. I can certainly appreciate infrared. And in all honesty, Jose, between radar now and infrared, like the two things that I should bring out next time, I need you guys to tell me what's a waste of time. And I'm already being told that radar may be a waste of time because it's going to have more refractive properties than a laser or a mirror. I'm sort of surprised at that. And I don't believe everyone that comes on. But I got to find out what might work. You know, I'm not stupid. If radar ship to ship, if you know, someone goes out with me and two boats and can see each other 10 miles across the water radar, then I got something going on. If radar craps out at 7.5 miles because of the curvature of the earth, I definitely have to resort, especially the tag, which is where Bev's coming from. To be honest, Jose, it's the tag that's the problem. You know, if we were just fuckers, we could still bitch about NASA. We could still bitch about the government. We could still bitch about things that are tangible. Flat Earth is really just sort of like a platform to complain about other things. It's not about.
Why do they get so offended when it's not a big deal?
I don't know. I spent 2 or 3 weeks in Discord now, and the flat earthers here are completely fucking retarded.
Thank you. Like that.
We've been saying that for a long time.
But that doesn't mean that all of them are. And it doesn't mean that you guys don't pull shit. Jose, just say it. Say it for me. Just say you know you guys pull shit. You guys
the thing is, in the globe, like myself, like what I do, I mean, I'm not a debunker, I'm not a debater, so I cannot associate and familiarize or the way that you see things. The way I see things, I don't need to debunk anything because there's nothing to debunk. I don't need to debate because there's no debate. I like the discussion. I like the back and forth. I like the banter. I like the having fun part. So I just cannot associate and cannot say the globe is stupid, but I can say that flat earthers is just stupid on the way, like they really think the earth is flat. No, it's bullshit. Now, do they have an argument? Do they have, is there something skepticism about science? Yes, but the way they approach it is just, I don't know, it's just wrong, it's just off. I don't get it.
We're damaged emotionally to begin with, which is how we found flat earth, because we weren't followers. Then our community isn't there, so we don't have the support of each other. We're not the kind of people that want to join a group, and we tend to shit on each other more than Globers. I tell you, I get along with Globers a hell of a lot more than I get along with flat earthers.
Dude, they be busting each other's ass. The flat earthers groups. There are like 6 or 7 flat earthers groups that they don't agree with each other, with their terms and their ways of arguing.
I'm blocked everywhere for bringing math. I brought math back, and they fucking blocked me everywhere. Everywhere.
I all of a sudden I like Dan.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's people you can reason with. You can talk. Yeah. You can't talk to Bev. You can't talk to Nathan Oakley. It's impossible to talk to them.
Yeah.
Jose, when I first came around, I had no experience with panels either. So
Yeah.
my emotions are high. I'm trying to learn. It's 10 on 1. Think about it. It's like walking down the street in a neighborhood at night that you don't know. You don't have much chance,
Oh yeah.
You don't have much chance. So it's bizarre that there's 70, 80 of you guys on 3 or 4 Discord channels now every day after 6 years. I know that's not evidence of flat Earth, but it's evidence that
there's evidence that the flat Earth topic, that the discussion about the flat Earth brought a community together and brought people together to talk about shit that we are interested in. There was, a lot of people didn't want to talk about religion. A lot of people didn't want to talk about politics, which it was kind of the two big panels and groups of people. But when flat Earth is more about science and reality, and it's a little bit of everything. So it did brought something good. It brought people together too, and we get to to meet a bunch of people from all over the place, pretty much.
I wholly agree with Jose right there. I mean, if you get into politics, it's left wing versus right wing, and then if you get into religion, it's all the different what people believe, and that's very contentious. But flat Earth brings you out of all of that.
Yeah, I got involved with flat Earth because I couldn't get involved with politics. I didn't feel I knew enough about it. And nobody knew anything about flat Earth, so I was on even ground. So I can speak from. Yeah, what do you got?
What kind of support you expect from flat Earth community?
Honesty. They're supposed to be truthers, and they've been self-censoring from the beginning. They've been self-censoring. Anything that goes out of favor, they don't discuss. So we don't learn from our mistakes. We don't learn what happened because Howdy Doody Show, Mark Sargent Show only sits and smiles at each other. They don't
Howdy Doody Show.
They don't talk about what really goes on. And it drives me nuts because I can talk. I used to be able to talk to him off the air, and we know about real stuff. It just doesn't get talked about on the air. That's tragic.
Actually, Dan, you're absolutely right. If you go back, watch early live streams from Nathan Oakley, watch early live streams from Arwin. There's a show where Nathan has Bob Nodell on. Watch early shows of Globebusters. It's totally different. They're easygoing. They're relaxed. There's no shouting. It's not like that anymore.
They all called me names and blocked me, and that's my people. That's my people.
They are not your people. And what you must come to some kind of conclusion when you see this. What is it? What conclusion do you have?
They're in the position.
You said
they're sitting in a parliamentary position. So whether I get rid of them or not, I'm still looking for a parliament. I'm still looking for consensus amongst flat earthers, and that's what they've destroyed. We don't have a group. We don't have a church. We don't have we don't have anything to say we're part of where we could actually discuss, vote, do anything. There is nothing. Mark says he's a recruiter. A recruiter to what? And that's my problem. I go in the street and people go, wow, you're a lot of fun, which is what I portray, Jose, when I go out, You're a lot of fun because that's the best I could do is show flat earthers are human beings and that we're capable of laughing with them and at them and being laughed at, Let's have fun. And
that's it.
It's not
so you realize they are not truthers. The last thing they are interested in is the truth. Do you look for the truth?
I know where they started. I know their intent.
You don't know their intent. They are not truthers. That you said. They are not truthers. They care less about the truth.
We have to speculate what if they are legit in what they want to accomplish or not.
Well, I showed you Bev lies, right? He lies about one thing. He lies about everything. Yeah. Why is it important to you that the Earth will be flat or a globe or whatever it will be? Why? The truth is the truth. Whatever Earth is, it is. we're not going to change it. Nothing we will say will change it. If you want the truth, you can come here, you can come to other servers, and we can discuss things.
Well, I live in the United States, which for a couple of 100 years represented this concept of a voting, a single person can participate in a larger process of governing compared to a king. And I'm comparing the United States to the days of the king. Today, I believe that the United States is a legal loophole to do business outside of the king, and that the idea of freedom and the illusion of choice, Republican, Democrat here, the voting illusion of choice. In other words, voting's great, but once you got a two-party system, it's what is that? Hegelian dialectic? You know, they give you one thing and then they give you the solution on the other side. You never had either. You never had shit. You never had a chance. And they've taken over the information with the news, and people are too stupid to recognize the difference between information and a prosperous society.
I have a really, really good joke. Milton Friedman, from there was the guy who's libertarian chappie, right? He told this story or this joke to Polish people. One Pole said to the other, "Do you know what the difference between communism and capitalism is?" And the other Pole said, "No, I don't know." He said, "Well, in communism, it's man exploiting man, but in capitalism, it's vice versa."
I got a joke. 3 men walk into a bar, a Mexican, an Indian, and an African. And the bartender say, "Get the fuck out of my bar." Thank you.
No, I was going to say
the Gran Torino. That was
If
Clint
there's no
Eastwood in the
Jew,
movie. Yeah.
I object. If there's no Jew there, it's not a joke.
Yeah, right. I forgot the Jew.
I was going to say, I mean, a lot of flat earthers, what they say is, well, if you just look at the earth, it looks flat, you know. They always say, you know, observation, use your eyes, you know. But I mean, people have learned that we can learn a lot from people's blood, what ailment they've got, how to treat them, that, from their blood. But we don't do it by pouring blood into a glass and looking at it. We use scientific instruments to, you know, break down the blood and find out what's wrong, you know. And so just saying to people, look at the earth, it looks flat, when we've got scientific instruments and all that to tell us that it's not flat, it's like saying, well, I don't believe in blood work, and you know, I'm just going to, you know, decide by looking at blood whether I'm sick or not, you know. It doesn't work, you know.
Hey, can we get out of philosophy really quick? Because I saw something yesterday that I could describe really easy, and I can bring it up or show you, or you can all bring it up as well. But Betelgeuse the star had a similar thing that we have to a coronal mass ejection. And it was supposedly 400 billion times larger than our sun's coronal mass ejections. And of course, they had a camera on it from the Hubble, which is a little odd that they would have been looking at that star at that moment, but okay, let's just assume. So Jose, go with me for a sec. I'm going to assume that I'm being told the truth about everything. So I go and look up the images. You can see it now. Type in Betelgeuse and ejection, you know, and you'll see it's brand new. It's, I think, it was actually 3 years old, but they released it just now.
Yeah, let me. If anybody here in the panel or the audience find a article or a link for what Dan is talking about, share it, please, and I'll present it.
I'm gonna load up the whole series of them, Jose. As I was looking, so here we go. There's an image, and as I look, damned if there isn't what you would expect to be photo credits, you know, and damned if you don't look her up, and she's a graphic artist, you know. And her name's Elizabeth Wheatley, and I start looking up who she works for and who she is. And of course, I'm only following my own path here. I can't be, you know, I haven't done enough research, but clearly she was an artist hired to render and make images. These aren't photographs, and I'm not making this up. I've given you all my links that I just did yesterday. I just went through this, and shit, she's an artist. You can see her old website, where she was hired. Imagine the joy of working at a high-end thing in Washington for a space agency as an artist. They like to get credit. It's part of their resume. So it's really fun to look at these images and look at the careers of the people making these images.
Yeah, but I don't think you understand what's going on. I mean, yes, you do get lots of web pages on the internet which show you pictures, and it will say underneath, above, an artist's concept. You know what I mean? So because they're not using the actual photograph, you know what I mean, from the telescope.
Hubble sees red supergiant star Beetle.
It wasn't a huge ejection, and it didn't get photographed.
What is your
These
name?
are just journalistic ways because they don't.
What is your name? Because what you're saying is so ridiculous. I'm going to be pretty sure never to listen to a word you say. The article is about this. The article is about.
Are you going to talk over me now? I listen to you all day. Are you going to talk over me?
When they present an image,
journalists use journalistic license to present images from data that they don't want to show because it's too boring, so they want to have an artistic impression which is more colourful for people to look at. That's all it is.
Jose, why don't you comment instead of me on that?
I'm just listening. I'm here. If the show gets out of control, I'll control it. I'm just looking and listening and having fun here.
No, let me just add to that. I'm a digital graphic artist and a forensic artist, and have been one for over 30 years. Agencies hire digital artists to clean up images and to enhance images so everybody can see what they actually look at. We're not.
You're making that up. That's theoretical.
No, I'm not making it up. You're making an.
This isn't an enhancement. These are not enhancements. These are not enhancements. Someone posted the real picture
based on your ignorance.
Someone posted the real picture. They're not enhancements.
You're
they're
making an assumption based on your ignorance and your conspiracy mentality.
I brought you real shit, and
you're a moron.
Fool. I brought you real shit. Real shit from this week. Jose, real shit.
Okay, let me hold on before you. Huge. Hold 1 second, Huge,
okay.
And then. Okay, I got a screenshot right here, right? From the NASA. And it says the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland, manages the telescope. The Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore conducts Hubble science operations operated for NASA by the Association of University Research in Astronomy. Illustration credit, NASA ESA Elizabeth Whitley. Illustration credit. When they use... the artists use real data to create illustrations of something we couldn't see otherwise. So it makes does it make the data fake at all? Because now the data is not only in ones and zeros and graphs, it's illustrated as a visual. It doesn't make it fake. The data is visual for more people to understand how to read it better. That's pretty much all. That's my comment. I'll raise my case. Huge.
Then there is no real picture of Beetlejuice. We don't have that resolving power. Simply can't. For us,
why does it say? So it says Hubble sees it. They show us something else, and I should just interpret that properly, right? Because they were truthful. They were truthful, right?
Hubble sees it. It measures the intensity of the light coming from the star. It doesn't resolve detail on the star, nothing like that. That's not a picture of a star. It's data.
Right. Exactly what I'm saying. Thank you.
Yeah, it's data just illustrated certain way, you know?
No, it's being lied about. Just like when they said they touched the sun, the headlines are lies, and the headlines are lies, and I'm not exaggerating that. The headlines are lies. Sorry.
What about they touched the sun? Who touched the sun?
Look it up. They said they touched the sun. That's the headline. That's the headline. That's the kind of crap I got to read.
That's a journalist's.
Yeah, but one quick comment. I mean, in all this article, all over it, the word illustration is there, and we know that illustration doesn't mean a photograph or a real-time video.
Okay, so thank you. And I went further, right? So I'm looking it up, and I go down to, you see all the links that I put, and they give credits, and they're even showing opportunities for employment, but they don't mention graphic artists. And then you actually go to hubblesite.org, and they show all the team, and they never mention any graphic artists. They don't. On their site, the last link I have here, hubblesite.org, they don't mention any graphic artists. They don't put her name next to the picture anymore, even though the picture's there. They give credit to the organization, not the human being, and they don't mention illustration. So when it really comes down to the end where they're showing it, they do hide the fact that it's not.
No, they don't.
Well, I'm telling you, go look. It's the last link I posted. I'm sorry. Whoever you are, I'm sorry you don't believe me.
I'm sorry your father didn't pull out first.
That's not necessary.
No, it makes sense. I mean, yeah, I should be dead because I brought him data. I get it. I brought you real data, and you're afraid of it, so I should be dead. I get it.
Did bring his data. Come on.
Really? The link is right there with no credit.
None of that is necessary, Dan.
What?
Conspiracy theorist.
Dan, with respect, Dan. Okay. As soon as the debate got even slightly heated, you started shouting the word "fool" at him. Just be calm, man. It's all right. Just be calm.
Has he looked at my link?
I get it, but if you're going to ramp up after about 10 or 20 minutes.
We can relax. Now,
I immediately went to 10.
Really quick, both of you guys.
He attacked my character. I put the entire path of my research yesterday in the chat. Cool. I'm sorry. I haven't developed any more conclusions than I'm being misled with fine print. If
Dan, you know what I'm sharing right now? What I'm sharing right now? If you go to the Daily Boom Uncensored, you got tagged by Anamorphic. He said, Dan, stop being dishonest. He posted a screenshot. In this screenshot from the NASA website, in the bottom of this article says illustration credit, and it tells you who to credit for the illustration. It's NASA ESA Elizabeth Whitley, STC.
I'm going to repeat. I'm going to put in again the last link, and if you look at hubblesite.org at the presentation point, they don't mention it. I'm sorry.
But is this from NASA? The hubblesite.org. Is this a branch of NASA?
I found it through
I got the NASA icon here.
I found it through the link path, and that STSCI company, whatever they're called, STSCI Edu, and those are the people that run the Hubble program. And this is the website, and they don't give her credit here.
Okay, now, is this a branch of NASA? Yes. You got the NASA icon.
No, I would say no. I would say no.
Okay, let me click
a branch of government operation, but
hubblesite.org. Okay, hubblesite.org. I mean, so now credits. NASA ESA STSCL. If we go to the screenshot before, illustration credit, NASA ESA STSCL, exactly the same credits. Now, they omitted the name Elizabeth.
They do not say illustration by Elizabeth.
No, they didn't say illustration, but they say credits. The credits. In the NASA.
Do you understand the difference? Do you understand the difference? Do you understand that what I'm saying is when you get to Hubble internal, they don't mention that they're hiring and use artists. The artists are proud of it, but they're not proud of it here. They're not mentioning it here.
You go to any newspaper, they are not telling you that they're hiring photocopiers
Hold on, there's and Dan, relax.
On the page to the person to the photograph.
I wasn't done yet. Now, you know what, Dan? I'm gonna give you 100% all the credit in the world. In this article, in the Hubble site, there's no. I just overlooked. I didn't find images or illustration, right? Okay, fair. Am I such a bad researcher that I'm just gonna grab this site, this link, and run with it, or should I say, like, you know what? If I find another legit source that is not telling me that is an illustration or something, then I might have a case. But when you go to the NASA website, you're gonna find when it says illustration credit. I mean, that's it. That's all I need. I said, all right.
Right. So what I did is I looked her up, and of course she has no astronomical history or anything. She's just an artist, you know, and that was interesting to note where she came from. And she was known for branding. She's known for branding and helping things have a visual image to the brand. So yeah, they would need someone like this for a new program. Yes, they would have to go to the private sector and bring someone into the program to bring it to the public. Because you have to imagine all this needs to be presented not only to the public, but in the US to Congress just to get funding. So there's quite a bit of presentation and all this silly mock-up to begin with, you know.
So what's the issue?
Well, the issue is they present things to the public with titles that aren't true, and that's deceptive, and it makes the space program look certainly more grand than it is, and the abilities of Hubble to be
wait, Dan, I got it, bro.
Well,
I mean, hold on, guys. All right, I got a point. This link that you shared, HubbleSite.org content news, Hubble sees red supergiant star beetle, guys, right? Now, I'm looking through this page, but if I want to see the actual images, the release images, I can choose a few things. I can just watch the thumbnail, what is presented in this, or I can click to look at the image in a bigger quality, right? So I'm sharing my screen. I don't know if you're watching me, but I'm doing this for the audience, right? Now, when I click in here to watch the whole thing, it sent me to the disruption of the red supergiant star beetle, guys. I'm going to go back again one more time so you're sure that I'm in the link that you posted. Is this link. August 11, 2022. So I'm going to scroll down. I read everything. Now, when I go over here at the end, release images, now I'm going to click over here to see the higher quality, right, of the images, where I can download options for the bigger quality. And how about this image? This illustration, plot changes in the brightest, blah, 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 blah. So right in the link that you posted, just one click away to watch the bigger quality of the images, there's the illustration that we were missing. So if we don't look too deep into our research, we are going to be misleaded and misguided. You were misguided, you were misguided, you confused, you didn't think that there was it was explained that there was an illustration, but yes, in the actual link that you shared, it says explains how this illustration
I wasn't confused in any way, because this isn't the first artist that I've looked up. I'm just trying to understand why they don't give her credit.
Well, they do give her credit. You just didn't click a couple extra links to find out where the real article came from.
First of all, I've already provided these links. So if you want me to go through it again, you'll see where they don't give her any credit at
You weren't listening to me. You didn't click far enough to get where the credits were given.
I don't understand. I need someone to explain to me what the objection is here. Is there a telescope called Hubble in space looking at the stars, or is there not?
Excellent point. I say there isn't. Thank you. I
say there isn't?
Yeah, because I'm asking for the same type of interest that we've had in the ISS, and saying, okay, let's see this too. In other words, I've got to believe something about the ISS because we're seeing something up there. So I'm saying, well, let's look at something else. It's about the same height. It's 40 feet long. It's about the same height, and it's certainly trackable. It's on an easier path to track.
Right.
And damned if you look today, the only thing you can show me is the repair mission. You cannot show, which I think was staged. So you cannot show me Hubble today. That's a big deal. Just admit. That's all I'm saying, and it's a big deal. And that gap is what keeps me still being flat. That gap of data gap.
Right. Let's see. But with all respect, Dan, okay, if you can track the International Space Station, isn't that evidence that there is an International Space Station in orbit, therefore flat Earth can't be possible? Or not?
I'm not sure what words you're putting in my mouth. It's not really
I'm not putting any words in your mouth.
Well, whatever you're saying, you can agree with. I don't have to. What did you say? I'm sorry.
Hold on.
I'm sharing the screen from your second link where all the credit to this illustration goes to.
Oh, yeah, I was just doing that too. I'm showing like where they're hiring and where they don't really talk at the public level. They don't mention artists. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
The artists mention it, the credits mention it, but they sort of push it aside when it comes to the headlines when they're making them up.
Now, a quick point. Yeah, quick point. Now, I want to get to the bottom of this. I think it should be simple. If I find an article in NASA and I see a big, bright, beautiful star, and in that whole article it doesn't say illustration, do you think that will be NASA deceiving the audience on showing something that is not real, pass it as real? Is that kind of the heart of this discussion, the argument?
I'm actually the art of the discussion Hannah is doing in chat. Hannah has decided I'm religious. And what I've found is that everyone wants to throw their own bias at me. And that's what's fucked up. It's like, what makes me religious? Because she's afraid of religion. She's going to yell here. She says, he's just another religious nut. How the fuck does someone come up with that conclusion without it just being stuck in her head?
My point. If you don't find the word illustration in an image from NASA that is not a photograph, a one-shot photograph, you think that's NASA deceiving? Let me finish my point.
I didn't say that at all.
Let me finish my point, then.
My point.
Let me finish. Then, fuck's sake.
Well, I gave you a bunch of links. You didn't open them up.
Yeah, but I didn't. I haven't finished my point. Then you're riled up. You're riled up. Then you say earlier you weren't getting riled up, and I didn't finish saying my statement. I know that you're gonna. I know you disagree with what I say. I know you're gonna disagree.
Okay,
I know you
so
think
it's not every.
But you must. You must allow me to finish my point.
These are my points, not yours.
Yeah, but let me finish my point because I started speaking. I started speaking, and halfway of what I was saying, you wanted to disagree with me and interrupted me. Why don't you let me finish? And then you will have the floor, and I will not interrupt you. I will not let anybody interrupt you, bro. Just let me finish my point, man. Just relax. Hold that.
Your point isn't mine.
Okay, perfect. And you will have the opportunity to say that after I am done with my point.
So don't say what I'm saying.
Well, you will have the opportunity to correct that at the end of my point. Even if I say what Dan is saying is exactly.
Don't adjust
I will hate to mute you, but I'm feel so tempted to mute you too, so I can finish my sentence. It's gonna be a few seconds. I would have been done 10 times over. Please don't interrupt me again, man. Okay, I forgot totally my point, but Dan is a fuckwit. There you go. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, that's also unnecessary.
You have accomplished what you wanted to misguide me, to distract. So you can
Okay, I'm having trouble here. I'm having trouble here following the reasoning. What basically you're saying is that someone isn't credited in a photo.
No, sir.
And make your point. Make your point. Make it clear. If you're making a point, and you have to shout at us, and you're trying to make your point, and none of us are getting what you're trying to say, the problem is not us. So try to be calm and explain your point.
I did many points of citation. I put links in there. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to go over them one by one. So I'm picking out of the middle now to try and explain to you in the last link that I put that they definitely give credit on photos that we followed the credits. When I followed the credits to the organizations and the public presentation of these organizations, they don't mention graphic artists, even when they're hiring and showing opportunities within them. So I've given links to all this. I'm not talking out my butt. I just did a little path checking yesterday to see where it led. And surprisingly, when it got to the end, I got to headlines with no credits.
Okay, so what is the point? Please make your point.
Headlines not mentioning illustrations that we do get in journalism isn't factual. It's actually propaganda at this point because touching the sun never happened. So
Okay.
every headline says they touched the sun.
You are a
Now,
total
what
diva.
hap-
You are a total diva. Then you are
That
a
is
total
not
diva.
that is not how this works at all. Journalists will write articles, but the journalists don't write the titles of the articles. The article titles are written by somebody else, very often, not always, but most of the time the article titles are written by somebody else, or they're changed. And what they do is they will change titles to have the most amount of impact on a viewer. So the viewer will read the article. And the people who write the articles are not always best at finding the best hook to get people to read the article. Do you understand all that?
So the
Okay.
consistent bullshit
second
we get
point
out of the
is-
space program, you're
second
fine
point-
with. You're fine with. You're
The
fine.
second point, that's not
Just say you're fine
BS
with
in any way. That's an invention of your own mind. That's not BS in any way. The second, so you did it to me too. I've lost my train
I
of thought.
did, because when I make points,
The second point, right, here it is.
I'm
The
not
second
full of
point.
shit when I make a point. I'm not.
The second
I'm
point
not a
is
liar. Jose, you know I'm not.
Shut
a
the
liar.
fuck up, Dan. And
You're
let him talk.
second-
you're talking over
No,
it.
you-
Shut the fuck up, let people finish.
No, you're too
The
full of
second
shit.
point-
That's all.
the second point is that what you're trying to do is you're trying to disprove a telescope in space. All right. So how would you go about disproving a telescope in space? Would you look at who is credited for the photographs of that? Why on earth would you do that? Why don't you do something scientific to disprove the telescope in space?
Whose science is out? They posted the real image. Did you see it?
You're still talking about images. I'm asking you a question specifically.
The real Hubble shot. It's a bunch
I'm
of
asking
crap.
you a question
Did you see
specifically,
it?
Dan.
That's why they use an artist to make it look good.
I'm asking you a specific question.
I'm just telling
The
you.
question of whether there is a Hubble,
Look
whether
at the
there is
real results. Look at them. They're right there. It's not what they show us. The real results are
the
crap.
question is there a telescope in space named Hubble?
No.
That's the only question.
No. Sophia.
Nothing to do with the images.
The equipment is on a 747.
What's going on is, Dan, you've done this for several years now, and at no point have you actually tried to scientifically, in any way, disprove that there is a telescope in space named Hubble.
You're a maniac because everything I do is that. And
Don't insult me.
Just
That's not necessary. Don't insult me.
Google
I'm not going to
yourself.
insult you.
Go
Don't
use
insult
whatever
me.
search engine, whatever tools you have. Produce
You're still
some
stuck on
pictures of
images.
Hubble, or shut up. Produce imagery.
That's
of Hubble,
unnecessary.
or shut up.
I can
Jose,
see why you get. There's a
Can
reason you get.
can I share my screen?
Dan.
Just shut up. Show me.
All right, I'm going to shut you.
My
up.
Okay,
guys.
guys.
Hey, can I show my screen? And shut
Okay,
them
guys.
up?
Okay, guys.
Do I show stuff, Jose? Do I just talk?
You
Okay,
just
I
show
need to
nothing,
talk.
Dan.
I need
So
to talk
you
for
can-
30 seconds. I need to talk for 30 seconds. See who interrupt me for 30 seconds will be server muted. We are 1 hour into the festivities. We are slightly a little over an hour. There are 43 people watching. All I would like for everybody is to hit the thumbs up, hit the like. There are only 20 likes. I will appreciate if you support doing that. That's free, easy, convenient. And if you are here lurking in the background and enjoying the show one way or another, either in the positive or negative way, the least you can do is hit the thumbs up. If you're watching this recorded, also share the show, throw it in the links in the discourse around and your social media, and tell them that this is the place to come in and hang out and have a little bit of a shit show and fun over here. Please, please, please. I was gonna say please about the discussion that is going on, that is going nowhere. But or what I want to say is, please give me money. PayPal or Super Chat is available there. But please, for real, in the discussion right here, Dan, we started well. We started having a discussion, but now we're not getting too far because you are interrupting the other guys. The other guys are interrupting you.
Hey,
and
we
need
got
to
all the way
go
far.
back.
Whoever posted this image of the real image,
And we need to go back to how we started. We need
Jose.
we need to allow people to finish what they are saying. Be patient. Make sure that whatever is being spoken about is we are actually done and completed with it. I am gonna say I'm done. I'm gonna pass the microphone very shortly, but because you guys interrupted me, I'm just stretching it. I'm just doing it just for the hell of it. I server muted Dan. Yes, he interrupted me. I server muted Huge. Yes, he interrupted me. I am about to unmute you guys. Everybody can have the floor again. Please, please talk like normal people. If we are in a bar, yeah, we're going to be a little bit of an interruption, but it's like, hey, dude, hold on. Let me finish my point. The other person is not going to just jump in top of you, shut your mouth, and interrupt you and just do it on purpose. Talk and let talk. It's not hard. It's just pure logic. Huge anus unmuted. Then the watermark is unmuted. Everybody's unmuted.
Thank you.
You all can have the floor. Go ahead.
Often what happens when I try to jump in is because I can't keep track of a thought. They just go, especially when someone else is talking. So I apologize for jumping in and talking.
I made absolutely every point possible. I made absolutely every point possible.
I would like
fake imagery.
I would like
boom, Jose, boom. Just give me a little weak boom.
That doesn't images not credited by someone doesn't make them fake. But I would like
the real images were posted by your people. Whoever did that, I thank you very much. That's why
I would not like to dictate the direction of the chat now. But if there's anyone who has any idea or a best a way to actually prove the Hubble is in space scientifically rather than just looking at images on the internet, that would be an interesting topic to cover rather than just saying, oh, there's pictures this and there's pictures that.
I posted a link to the website where you can track various things that are in orbit, and that link should take you to the live tracking of the Hubble Space Telescope.
The track.
Thank you.
It's somewhere right over in the middle of the Pacific Ocean at the moment.
Or you can go where they actually do the tracking.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. I know all that. I just, for the audience and for Dan, that they could say, okay, there is a place we can go and track something like that. Okay.
Hannah, are you going to apologize for giving me some religious garbage? It's part of your life, not part of mine?
No, Dan. When you were
well, you should. Well, you should.
You're just going to talk over me too.
That's not how conversations work, Dan.
Well, guess how conversations work. I was
my friend, you could apologize for calling people fools.
Okay, let's do it. Huge. Hannah, do you want to? I mean, he asked you a question. It's not it, but if you want to take a minute and tell him what's up, go ahead.
He knows what he said in Gems the other day after he was fighting with Sean. Why he doesn't believe satellites exist in space, or that any of the space program is real. He invoked his faith. He can lie about it here, but people heard it.
There seems to be a prior commitment to the belief.
Just a second.
Earth is live. What's up?
What's up? Go ahead, Chike.
Dan.
Hey, Paul.
Don't take your. Don't bring us media headlines and tell us they don't credit someone. And second, whatever headline you read, I don't care which sources, be very skeptic and read carefully the article itself. Okay? We, unlike you, don't read something and say, oh, they told us something and it's something else. No, we're skeptical. We'll look into what is really being said. The two images from NASA, the 2 pages you provided from NASA did have credits. All other sites you posted has nothing to do with NASA.
It's such a side issue, though, the credit for the images.
Yeah. You're focusing on that. It wasn't about the credits. It's about the lack of credit later. See, you've got it all wrong. You take a bit, you take a word, and you don't hear the message. The message is clear. The deception
didn't make it clear.
Then hear my message. You're focusing on that instead of focusing on scientifically proving that there is or scientifically disproving that there is a telescope in orbit.
Or that the images are fake. Dan, do you think if they colorize an old movie or an old picture, that means the whole thing is fake? That's pretty much what you're saying.
No, I'm not.
They propose a building or a plaza. They propose a building or a plaza, right? And they show an illustration of what it looks like. Okay, we're exposed to illustrations all the time. deep space footage, most of the deep space footage they actually get from these telescopes and stuff looks like crap. So they have to make it look. They have to make it. It doesn't mean that they didn't take any footage. It doesn't mean there isn't a telescope out there.
Okay, so
the argument here. Wait, hold on one second. Let me just get this straight. Is the argument here that the Hubble telescope is not in orbit and the images that come from Hubble telescope are fake?
It's not.
Is that the argument here?
No, it's not exclusive to Hubble. It's that the press releases, don't match the information within. The press releases are glorified sound bites, and I'm going to ask you to look up 2 other things. It's how much, honestly, everyone, how much does a teaspoon of a neutron star weigh if we took it to Earth? Because the randomness, come on, guys. The randomness of this
depends on the size of the spoon.
Okay, so the point is it's another bullshit claim that doesn't matter. And the other one is, did we quote unquote touch the sun? So I want you guys to ask me,
that's been explained.
Answer me why these are news articles. Why are
you picking on the stupidest news articles in the world and trying to make them out as some kind of evidence that everything is crap? You know what I mean?
Okay,
Why are you picking on the worst bloody stuff you can find?
Called clickbait, Dan.
I got a super chat, and then I want to hear Earth's Life is waiting online. But let me read the super chat very quickly. By Mr. Victory's Radio for $5. Do us a favor, Dan. Stop being a snowflake. Quit asking for apologies. This is in Canada. Mr. Victory's Radio. Shout out to him.
So
Earth's Life. Go ahead, man.
So the cool thing is that you can see some of the images that come from Hubble and these other telescopes in orbit, right? Then you could actually go out and buy your own telescope and get the location of where those other telescopes were looking and see if you can see the same thing.
But that would be my question next: is what are they trying to deceive us about with these false, allegedly images? What's the point? What's the goal? What's their goal there?
As an overly religious Canadian, I have no fucking idea.
You're not overly
religious. Why not
religious.
just go buy a telescope?
That's first of all. Well, the Canadian, okay, fine. But what is the point? Tell me.
The point is, even you, in our differences, we can see the slight deception in language. That's what we were talking about Bev earlier. Bev's whole life is about picking apart language. Oakley's so great because he rips you as soon as you give him an opening. So he just understands the language, right? So language is cool. It's cool. If you're denying the deception, I'm sorry for you. I'm merely pointing out what I find to be deceptive.
You think that's a fair platform over there? You think that's a fair platform? Because we could, if Jose let us, we could do the same thing to you here. Would that be a fair platform?
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of attack you want to have. I'm just sharing data with you. You're in denial of it.
There is no data, sir. You haven't shown any data.
If you want to see the raw data for the Hubble or the James Webb, you can find it. It's out there.
Finding images online.
Someone posted
finding images online.
It's brilliant.
Finding images online is not data.
It's brilliant. Thanks again to Science, whoever posted that. Science, an actual image of what the artist worked with to begin with. So yeah, that's fantastic. This is why I'm here, everyone. I was doing some research. Hang on. I was doing some research. I flipped it up. I appreciate you all. This isn't an argument. You proved everything that I said. It's just that you think it's okay and I don't.
You haven't proved anything. You've accomplished nothing.
Why is it not okay?
I don't know what you.
Because it's deceptive.
We still don't know what the end game is right there with these false images.
Hannah, please.
Hold on, guys. Three of you talking at the same time.
Sorry.
Hannah, go ahead. Hannah, what was your point? Go ahead.
Enhancing an image, have all the data for, so they know what it is.
When
enhancing the color to make it palatable for the average public is not deceptive.
If you look at it, it's not the type of enhancement you and I would do. You and I would do contrast and brightness. We wouldn't add material to it as done. So it's not the type of adjustment that you're talking about. This is a manifestation. Get real.
Okay.
Please get real.
Dan, you can go out and you can buy yourself a telescope
It's not
and
my
you can
job.
do
Not my
astrophotography
job.
yourself.
It's not
Sure,
my
if you
job.
really want to see whether or not the images they show from space are real, you could go and actually see them for yourself.
I
He
would.
doesn't
No
want
one
evidence
doing
to
that.
If I
prove
liked
himself
racing,
wrong.
if I
Are they
liked
are they
Nobody is
trying to
stopping
show
you
us
from
things
doing
that
that.
aren't there?
If-
Are they trying to show us things that are not there? Is that the point?
the point
Because they patently are.
is
Some
the
things you
mass-
can't
the
see with the naked eye,
massive-
but the data is there, and that's
the
how they
ma-
can interpret it and
the
give it
massive
color.
sales program.
You will
is
not
in place.
understand
That's
about
what
that.
I'm saying. They're selling.
buy a
Colors you
telescope.
cannot
They're
see.
selling a space, Anna. They're selling.
Buy
it.
yourself a telescope, Dan. Buy
That's
yourself a
not the
telescope.
point. Stop
Very,
saying it.
that
over and
is the
over.
point.
Can
That
I
is the
make-
point. Buy
can I
yourself a
respond?
telescope.
Can I
All you're
respond?
saying is, oh, well, they're selling us this dream. Well, you can go and buy this yourself and see it for yourself.
I'm busy
Nobody
doing
is stopping you.
land-based operation.
You're
Sorry.
busy doing nothing, mate. You're
Okay,
so you don't- so you don't care.
to prove your
Earth,
point of
please.
view.
So,
Please.
hold on. So you
No,
don't
already
care
said
about
it, and
actually
you're not
seeing
letting
it,
me
right?
respond. Why do we hold on
Yeah,
to
so
you
you-
to ramble? Why can't I respond?
Dan, let people finish. Come on.
Actually, everybody's cutting over
This
Dan,
is-
so it's a bit unfair
This
to
is
say
going
that.
nowhere.
Is this the dance show, is it?
Yeah. Well, it's.
He needs to stop.
I mean, the point really is. The point really is. I don't think, in my opinion, right now, what it seems to me to be the case that after all these years of looking at, trying to look for NASA fakery, I don't think there really is any evidence that the Hubble telescope is fake. So they have to resort to things like looking for credits in photographs. That's it.
No. What's wrong with what we proved today? That there was a
You
big
didn't prove
difference
anything.
Well, you in the chat can see the actual image compared to the artistry.
You're still
So
talking
let's
about
just-
images.
No. I'm talking about headlines.
You said earlier it wasn't about images, and now
You
you're
got
still
me all
talking about
wrong.
images.
You got me all wrong. I'm talking about headlines. Wow.
If
you got me all
remember
wrong.
what I said earlier, if
You have me all wrong.
if I'm getting you wrong, then it's not my problem.
Well, it is.
If the
'cause
whole
you won't let me
if the whole
explain it.
room gets
You
you
won't let
wrong,
me
it isn't
explain
our
it.
problem.
It's a big problem when you won't let me explain it.
Oh,
You've got
And
the
it's a
forum,
big
dude.
pro-
Explain it.
And it's a big problem when people attach their fears to me. Jose, I appreciate being here so much. You heard Hannah. You're religious.
Oh, you're religious.
Well, that's kind of her trip. And you heard the other guy.
Okay.
You're an idiot.
I would like to make a point, if I may.
Well, the point, yeah, you should, because
You'll be lucky.
Thanks.
these
Thanks.
aren't points. Accusing
gonna
me of
stop.
your own fears is
Dan-
not a point.
Dan, hold on.
Yeah. So the problem I've got, Dan, is when it comes to using the media, I kind of look at that as a very colloquial kind of kind of introduction to what's actually going on the ship.
Check.
You know, for me, I like going to papers. I like going
You
to
heard the other guy.
actual
You're
sources.
an
And
idiot.
I would like to make
Check,
a
check.
point, if I may.
Sorry, I'm doing a
Well, the
quick
point-
test
yeah,
over
you
here.
should,
That
because
may come up as a story.
these aren't points. Accusing
doing
you
a
of
quick
your own
test.
fears is not a point.
Dan, hold on.
I'll go and look.
Check. Testing. I don't know if y'all can hear me. Check. And that was really loud. Okay, and this is so this is the way. This is how he does it. The Oakley guy. Okay. So I just wanted to test this theory, so nobody is being heard. Now, if I want everybody to be heard again, all I can do is this.
You know why they use false colors for
and
Hubble
this
palette?
is so this
Do you know why?
is the way.
False. It's just not seen by the naked eye. They have to
Exactly.
interpret the data.
Yeah, farmer's boy, I think you're wanting
This
to
is how
make.
Exactly, like you
the
don't want
Oakley guy.
X-ray
Okay.
to use your eyes to look at X-ray. Yes, so you take a picture. It's an interpretation of data. For example, for sulfur, the colors of sulfur is very, very dark brown. It's very close to what is hydrogen alpha. That's also very dark reddish, almost brown. So if they put them together, you just see big red mess. But if you, for example, assign blue for sulfur and red for blue for hydrogen and red for sulfur, And for oxygen, you assign, for example, green. You suddenly can distinguish between different elements of that picture. That's why they use. That's why they use those false colors. Okay, that's for us to see the elements, the nebula. Astronomers.
You stated the obvious.
Dan, hold on. He was almost done. Dan, he was almost done.
I know, but we all know
He was almost done. Dan, he was almost done. Dan, he was almost done. Go ahead.
So,
Finish.
astronomers, amateur astronomers, they use monochromatic cameras with 3 filters. Usually, it's hydrogen alpha, sulfur dioxide, sulfur, and then there is oxygen, and they assign different color for each element. Basically, that's how we fight light pollution in the cities. We have really, really narrow band filters that allow us to see the nebula, but to block the light pollution from the cities. Okay, that's why we use this color, so we can actually see those things. Yep. Another thing, one more thing, only one thing. If you use your own naked eye, you would not see what you see, or any color, okay? Because it's too dark. So we use long exposure to see colors. Yeah,
a little too long, Lubo. I'm sorry, but when we are in this type of show, I know you like explaining and taking the time, but today is this more fast-paced type of show. If you got anything else to say, we gotta keep it short and sweet. Before then, I got a $5.77 PayPal donation by Turs. Turs says, as usual, Dan started off being nice, then became a normal flurf, shouting over everyone. Shout out to Turs. Thank you for the support, brother.
You all put words in my mouth, and I just want to explain the two things, okay? I'm being told about color assignments, which we weren't talking about. In your chat, the real picture, we know what we're talking about, the difference between a real image from supposed Hubble and the artist rendering. We know what we're talking about. So describing the color assignments on the other shots is not important. And finally, I need to make this point. Showing me deployment and repair of Hubble doesn't count. I'm asking for it today. It's just like Eratosthenes 2,000 years ago. Let's just get around to today. So don't show me deployment and don't show me repair. I'm asking
you can use parallax to measure actually the height of the Hubble Space Telescope.
I know that you're telling us stuff we already know. I know you're telling us you're not bringing data that we don't already know. I'm just bringing.
What are you asking for, Dan?
Well, I'm wrapping the current news around you guys, and you're defending some incredible positions where you see the fuzzy crap they really shot, and you see what they released. End of story. End of story.
Dan,
you're so dishonest,
hold on,
Dan.
just a second. Dan, you realize we don't work for you, right? We are not going to take pictures of Hubble. We are not going to take pictures of Hubble. You can buy it, then I didn't finish to speak.
But you're wrong.
If you don't mind, we don't work. Well, you say we do work for you?
Yes, because when I came here...
I don't work for you. I don't get money from you. I'm unemployed by you. What are you talking about?
You provided me with evidence I didn't have, was the clear actual image. And science, whatever his name was, whoever did that, I appreciate so much. And that's why I'm here, Jose, because I can get data out of you. I can shut up if I have to shut up, and I can be strong if I can be strong. And
well,
in this
you're asking for something we
science
don't
is
have.
Out, you're my hero.
No, you're asking for something we don't have, and we are not going to bother and buy a telescope and picture the Hubble just because Dan asked for it.
That's up to you. So that's the point, right? I like that point. If you want to convince us, you want to bring us over to your side, that the Hubble brings us to the point where we say, wait a minute, Dan is annoying and everything, but he's got a point. He's got a point here. There's something going on here. Let me look into this further. You want to get us to that point. You want to get us on your side. Then you're going to have to do a little more than what you're doing right now. Whether you like it or not, what you're doing right now isn't helping.
So being accused of being religious, being accused of being Canadian, that's working for you?
Earth is like...
I didn't accuse you anything.
Real quick, haven't people... So I know there's an image... I know there's an image from Hubble of the Pillars of Creation, right? Everyone's seen that famous image?
Yes.
Maybe.
Haven't people imaged those same pillars of creation from their backyard?
Lots of people.
Yeah, many people.
Therefore, people have backyards. Therefore, we've made a point. What are you saying?
No, therefore,
The pillars
there-
of creation are real. Therefore, the pillars of creation are real. And when we take a picture ourselves with a crappy telescope and a magnification camera, we can take a picture of that. Now, when the big telescopes in space take the pictures, we see the same. We just see more details on them.
Exactly.
That's it. They're not taking photographs of things that don't exist. Even if you want to claim that the Hubble telescope is all fake, we can still buy our own telescope and photograph the universe.
Yeah, those are real.
Go to an observatory. They're all over the place.
Yep.
Yeah, I went to them when I was 12. You know what I mean?
Do they have
years
Bibles?
ago.
Do they have Bibles? Do they have Bibles there for me, Hannah?
Can you see the?
I never
Orion
said
Nebula?
that you were reading
Shut
the
up.
Bible. I said,
Shut up. We know exactly what you said.
Dan,
and
Dan,
what's the problem
Dan,
with me?
Dan,
Stop
Dan,
being such a
Dan.
chauvinist pig.
Hold on,
What a
guys.
nice
Hold on,
person,
guys.
Dan.
Hold on,
You
everybody.
didn't vote.
Everybody. Dan, you actually asked Hannah a question, and when I know it was a rhetorical question, but she actually wanted to answer, and I wanted to hear that. When she started speaking, you just told her to shut up. That's not gonna fly, Dan. You gotta do your adjustment. You cannot do that. Just
You're
tell
all
us
in
to do
denial.
something
You're
and
all
then-
in denial. You're all in deep, deep shock. That's all. Denial. Shock.
How much?
That's the truth.
I'm in
Real
denial.
stuff
I'm in
today.
denial of
Real
more evidence.
stuff today, Jose. Real stuff. I made a simple point. We could all be getting along. You could agree with me, and we can move on. Come on.
Denial of what, though?
Yeah,
Denial
With
of
me,
what?
and we can move on.
Let me say something real
Go
quick.
ahead, or this live. Go ahead.
If someone told me, hey, if you go to the top of this mountain, you can see pink elephants at this time, at 3:00 on Tuesdays. Do you think that I'm just going to believe him, or I'm going to go to that mountain and I'm going to wait until that time and I'm going to try and photograph them myself?
What would you do then? Would you just believe that there are elephants there?
I'm not answering his theoretical garbage. I brought real data.
That's a good question, though.
You had the opportunity to answer.
No, I wasn't listening. Sorry. You can
Okay.
repeat it if you want.
Okay.
So if someone told me that if I went to the top of a mountain at a certain time, I'd be able to photograph pink elephants. Or let's use something now. Let's use I'll say coyotes. Coyotes go to this specific spot if you go to this other spot on a mountain at this certain time. Am I just gonna believe them, or am I gonna go to that spot that they told me and try and film those coyotes at when they told me?
You are 100% right. I would be interested in what I'm seeing. Yeah, I would want to know what they say, and I'd want to know if this folklore has any value.
Buy your telescope. Buy your telescope.
Perfect. Now the pillars.
your telescope.
What is the name? All right, hold on. The pillars of what was the name of creation?
Pillars of creation. Yeah.
Yeah, pillars of creation. When I see this image of the Hubble telescope, I have attempted to take pictures of what they call the Milky Way and the pillars and all this stuff, but where I am located on Earth is too much light, too bright. I wouldn't been able to do it. Now, if I was in Puerto Rico in a campo where my family is, it was so dark and so much in the sky that I bet if I had a good telescope, I would be able to take pictures of this. Now, I have seen people that join this panel, people in the YouTube, people that have nothing to do with the discussion, taking pictures of this. Now, is it this quality that the one I'm sharing right now? No, it's not well close to this quality. I mean, you got the shape, you got certain details. So this is real. This is real. Why this image is not real? Is it because you don't believe the Hubble telescope is in space? All right, a big telescope took this picture. Is that fair then? That a bigger, better, more quality telescope took these pictures that are being shared, the pillars and the galaxies and all this beautiful, colorful stuff.
If it were being fair, if you were being fair, you'd show the side-by-side that I want you to show. You would show the side-by-side of Beetlejuice.
There's a side-by-side right there.
No, of Beetlejuice.
So the one on the
Of what I was
the one on
talking
the
about.
left.
Listen, of what I was talking about, not what you
was
were talking
trying to share an actual photograph of Beetlejuice earlier on, and you started shouting and bawling over it, and I never got around to sharing
There's
it.
a big difference.
So there you go, Dan.
what
I was
you
going to
shot.
prove you wrong about real photographs from Hubble, and you wouldn't shut the hell up so I could get Jose to share my screen. So no, bollocks to you. If you don't want to see it, you don't want to see it. You don't want to know the truth. Bollocks to you.
Jose, please, if you get a chance, make my point and not their point, because I was the one bringing data. That's all.
What data you put?
Well, I was showing the headlines, and someone in chat was kind enough to show the actual image. So it's not just enhancements.
Hey.
It's not just contrast. It's not just color. It's not just brightness. It's not just adding definition. Artistic.
I have something to say about it.
Dan, do you know when to stop to speak when you made your point?
Well, if you
I have
tell
something
me,
to say.
you tell me I got through to you, we'd be done with this. I'm just asking.
Can I say something?
I'm asking Jose to show it.
No, you can't. I'm talking, Lobo.
Go for it.
Okay.
Listen. You brought data from Hubble and you compare it with images from Elma. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Was that English? Could you translate that to me, someone?
Yeah. The image you've seen is a radio wave image from Elma, not
This guy is
Hubble.
talking about something.
Not
me.
Elma, not Hubble.
Unbelievable.
Okay, I got on screen a real image of Beetlejuice star from January 2019 and December 2019. A real photograph on screen right now, sharing for.
Yeah, these were the images I was trying to share earlier, Jose, before he went mental and shouted out at for like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and I couldn't get in to say, please share my images, yeah.
Guys, it's all out there. Anybody can access this information.
For one, it's really, really far away, and you're trying to take a picture of a point of light.
There's another real photograph of the Beetlejuice star.
All right, so we've all come together. We understand the difference between how it looks and how it's presented. That's all. That's all. Wow. You guys don't need to call me Canadian stuff.
So can you show me the picture of how that was presented?
But wait.
We already knew that, though.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
The artist rendition. Sorry.
Yeah, no, yeah. And also, even if it wasn't an artist rendition, like the pillars of creation, then he's saying that when we show an image of the pillars of creation taken by a Walmart telescope from Earth, that we see the shape, he said that's a real image, and the one they show was from Hubble. It's not real. That's what he means.
The Hubble one's just better defined,
Exactly, more defined.
Yeah, they leave it watching it and tracking it for like.
Look at this. This is from an amateur telescope in the left. Amateur telescope in the left, and then one of the space telescopes, the NASA telescopes in the right. There you go. Thank you, Dross, for sharing the image.
Yes, yeah. Well, one's deep space.
There you go. Yeah, more clarity. Exactly. Less pollution and less all the atmosphere and all that kind of shit. So we got more clarity, more details.
Exactly.
That's the point I was trying to make earlier. Is Hubble taking photos of things that aren't really there, and that's its point, is to fool us into thinking the universe isn't there or something?
I think he was saying Hubble doesn't exist and they're just making up all these images. Some artist is painting them all the time and nobody's ever took a photograph of them or something. Shit.
Gosh, and in fact, I didn't say shit. What I just really was trying to look at the path of an artist, what she did, how she got there, and why at the point of attack, she wasn't mentioned whatsoever. Neither were artists. So
we proved you wrong because she was mentioned on some websites, but not in the ones that you picked to share. So you were picking ones that didn't, share her, accreditation, and we were saying, but there is other sites. No,
you're embarrassing yourself.
You have accreditation, and you didn't pick any of them. Why did you not pick the accredited websites? You know what I mean? You were picking something to prove your point.
You're an embarrassment.
Oh, Dan. I'm afraid
I think you are,
being
Dan.
an embarrassment.
Well, you too. You know what you did. You're all reaching, and I'm
No,
just
you're
saying-
confusing.
Dan, you're
You're
reaching.
confusing things, and you're doing it on purpose.
Oh, I got you
Dan,
confused.
you're reaching.
Are you?
All right, let's talk about, all right, let's talk about the images. Let's talk about the images.
Anyway.
Let's analyze the images. Let's forget
What's
about the
got you
personal.
confused about me?
Hold on about with the personal stuff. I got a cool image shared by Hannah. Thank you. These two images are actually by the Hubble telescope, both now with different like filters, different styles of taking the image. One is a visible light view, and the other one is with near infrared. And they show, it's really cool. They show so many stars in the one in the right, both taken by the same telescope, just with different settings. What do you think about those images, Dan? The side by side.
And look at the
really
beauty of the universe that God
You
made.
know,
You know what I
you
mean?
know what images I need to compare, so I know why you moved on. Yeah, they're different. Wow, you guys are good.
They're different, but now my question is: this something? Is this a real something up in the sky, very far away, that we all can take an image of?
I'm sorry you can't talk to me in the area I was doing research the past day. If you want me to research this, I'll get back to you.
You spent an entire day
looking at pictures of Beetlejuice.
An entire day. Oh my God, you must be an expert on it.
I gathered some links. I gathered some links. I brought them here, and you brought me to light as to what the real images look like. You've been very effective for me. Thank you. I needed that. Thank you all.
Oh, because you saw
Globers
some.
are my power.
I thought I was talking.
Globers are my power.
Yeah, you were talking Artist Live. Go ahead.
So because you saw some artist renditions, therefore the real images are fake or something? I'm trying to see your argument here.
No, it's about these headlines. Recent.
By who?
They're all recent. By everyone.
By who?
By everyone. They're recent. Who's
Not
yelling?
everyone. What did
I'm
NASA
sorry.
say?
Mainstream.
headlines?
Mainstream we don't fucking care about. If you
Well, then don't yell at me because you can't defend
If you choose to watch
Don't yell at
mainstream,
me
it's on
because you can't
you.
defend science but good enough. Don't yell at
You're
me.
not attacking science.
Mainstream.
I don't know. What the hell is this?
Go to the science sources instead of relying on journalists.
Talk to us about some science before we can defend science.
So there's two things I ask to clarify. What do we, meaning all of us, think a teaspoon of a neutron star might play on Earth?
Actual.
No, it's preposterous to begin with, I know. But I just want to get the
Is
one
that a tangent or what?
I want to get the one answer.
Changing the subject once again. For tactic. Change the subject.
I'm tired of being able to misquote. So please give me a quote on that. And please clarify what touching the sun means again, because I was told that just means we gathered neutrinos or gathered some of the radiation or some of the tangible matter, which, gosh, we can do.
Yes, that's what it means. It doesn't mean.
Right. So the glorification of touch the sun, the glorification.
Actually, I can say that.
And the glorification of this week's Hubble images, the glorification is glorification. You're fanboys for a false narrative. You're fanboys.
No,
Okay,
because it's
Dan.
actually true.
Dan.
Not in
Dan.
the sense that you want it to be true.
Dan, can I say
There
something?
and physically put our hands on it.
Hannah, why don't you let him talk? Because you're just not saying much.
All right, guys, we're gonna go one at a time. Hold on, Lubo. Hold on, Lubo.
Okay.
No, not yet. Hannah started speaking, and then you jump in there.
Oh,
Dan, you spoke your piece. I'm gonna just server mute you for a few minutes while we all go around, because I know a lot of people is gonna have comments on what you just say. But we're gonna go one at a time. Hannah, do you got thoughts on what Dan just say about us glorifying NASA and just bowing to them and all that kind of shit?
Well, with his thing about the touching the sun, it's taking a hyperbolic comment that they make. It doesn't mean that they actually went to the sun and put their hands on it or scooped up some of it. They have analyzed what they could analyze from the distance that they are. There's another telescope going out that way. And analyze the material close enough that it seems like we're actually on the sun.
All right. Who else has to comment? Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wanted.
We're gonna keep it short.
So I just posted something from course. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say this feels like gin with a Canadian accent.
All All right. Earth is live. Go ahead.
I just posted a link from NASA, and it says, for the first time in history, a spacecraft has touched the sun. Of course, that's what he's complaining about. NASA's Parker Solar Probe has flown through the sun's upper atmosphere. That's what they mean by when they say they touch the sun.
All right.
Actually.
But I guess the Parker Solar Probe would have to be fake, I guess.
All right. Lubo, what you got on mind?
Yeah, I would say if you touch meteor or a meteorite that came from Mars, you had it in your hand, would you say you touch your Mars or not? Because the probe touched the stuff coming out of the sun, so it basically touched the sun. That's what I would say.
I wouldn't go that far, because if that's the case, we're touching the sun all the time. Yeah.
It would be like putting a probe of some kind near a fire. You can't put your hand there, but you can put a probe close enough. You can get a probe close enough to a fire to grab elements of the fire that you couldn't use your hand to grab. Or you can't get too close to the fire. It'd be like that, sort of analogous to that.
Dan, hold on. What if I find a neutron star, I put it in a bucket, I seal this bucket in a vacuum and bring it to you personally, put it in your hands? Will you believe me then?
No, I'm asking you for consensus so I know what number to use when I talk. I like to bag on it, but the number's never the same. So I'm just asking you to find out what's real so I can use your numbers. I need your numbers as references. I just trying to have that when I point out there and I say, do you really
47.
think
47. 47.
How much?
47.
No, it's 42 always.
47. No, 47. It's my age.
40.
It's my age. I don't care about 42 anymore. No,
The white might say 42, sometimes 7, yeah.
47 is my age. Go ahead. You asking me for a
69.
number? Is that it? Like from 1 to 100?
No, I'm asking what number is your consensus
7
of the weight, the potential weight of a neutron star on Earth?
11.
In the millions, in the billions? Is it 3 million? Is it 100 billion? Because all those claims are in the journalists' eyes. The journalists are making different claims. So I'm asking you, Hannah, please do the research. Please tell me correct me, set me straight.
4.
I can answer the question.
Let's find out what a neutron.
I'll tell you what.
I'd really like to make a quick point, Shike. I've been trying to get him for quite a while. And I'm trying not to talk over everybody because I'm really awful for that. So, again, Dan, what is your absolute fascination? Why do you believe that everything in the media is true? Why are you being sucked in by this?
It's not that I'm sucked in. It's that the people I meet are being misled by a sales program of space.
No, being misled by people like you talking crap.
That makes sense.
Again, there are stupid people out there, Dan, that just read the headlines of things and take it literally. We've seen that all along. People just take, things that are meant, as Hannah eloquently said, that are hyperbolic. Yeah,
like Canadians are really nice people.
Read stuff in context.
69.
I do like 69. I go with that one.
Yeah, Canadians are really, really nice people. They always say yes and please, and then we meet Dan. Thank you, Dan, for spoiling my view of Canadians.
You just never been to British Columbia.
10 to the negative 17. 10 to the minus 17.
Then go to the nearest hot dog stand and ask them.
7 and 9 hours.
Well, neutron stars are easy. It's between 10 and 20 masses of our sun. So the maximum limit is around 20 masses of our sun, 20 times mass of our sun. Then it became too heavy and the gravity smashed it into the black hole.
No, 21.5 maybe maximum.
I don't see what any of this has got to do with the price of bread.
Okay, I got the lottery numbers. 34, 21, 12, 37, and 2. Is that the numbers you're looking for?
Bingo.
I've got them. I've got those numbers.
How's he?
He's looking for the density, I think.
I am your density.
So you understand it's a ridiculous claim. And just like flat Earth.
It's not a claim.
Just like flat earthers that make ridiculous claims, we need to clean up some of this on both sides.
Look, the different neutron stars, They have different densities, a different,
anything I fucking said. You're all deaf to that. I said we need to clean up stuff on both sides.
No, you don't need to clean up anything.
Or
Why
anyone
you care?
that knows how to agree.
Why do you care at all
Well, we
about
agree.
the density of neutron stars?
Well, because we had trouble agreeing on what I first brought, which is that there's a difference between the images delivered and the images received. So that's cool. You help me understand that.
No difference. You can go to data and download it directly. There are publicly available data directly from Hubble Space Telescope. You can go direct to the website.
We're talking
and
about
download it directly.
Guys,
very quickly,
this is very important. No, I cannot wait. I got somebody got to say something really quick. Aki, right here, yeah. Okay, wait for it.
You bunch of retards.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, carry on.
Oh, thank you.
By the way, if you don't believe space telescopes, I took a picture of launch from my TV, and I wanted to know, okay, is that real? So I pointed my telescope into the space, and I saw it. After a few days, I saw it through the space. I saw it, and I took a picture of with James Webb's telescope. It's real. It's going through the space. It's there. I don't know what's so difficult to believe about that.
It just seems to be a cover in low Earth space, not deep space.
It's not in low Earth space. It's almost a billion miles away. You know what I mean?
Seems to be a rotating roof, doesn't it? A roof. Seems to be a roof. So the fact
it's a billion miles away. It's not low Earth.
Hold on.
The fact that you see details on the roof, and the fact that they're lying about what they see makes me wake up.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that rotate. Let's say if the roof is rotating, right? Let's go with that for a second. Where would we see the other rotation in that roof? Because we know it's rotating around one point around the north, right? Where would the south rotation be?
Yeah, we should do some flat Earth numbers now. That is your opportunity to do flat Earth numbers.
The South just doesn't exist as we've been told.
We all know the globe numbers. Now we need to know flat Earth numbers. Boom.
So what you could do is you could point your if you have a camera that does time lapse, you point your camera south at night, and you could see that southern rotation. You can do that from anywhere on Earth.
It's obvious to be in a normal conversation with you.
So here's a question.
Wait, I want him to try and answer this.
Something already. We already have
any?
I'm not allowed to respond. I'll mute. Go ahead.
How is this any different from talking to any other flat earther?
It isn't. I mean, Dan, have you ever been to Scotland or France? Are they like imaginary places as well? You know what I mean? Australia doesn't exist. Kangaroos are fake.
It's the same.
Kangaroos are fake. Oh no, I'm gonna cry.
He's like Denmark, only with a little lower voice. That's all. Unless
I said earlier, it's gin with a Canadian accent. It's exactly the same.
Kind of like gin.
Kangaroos are fake.
I tell you what, Dan. If you wanted to help out both sides, you could try being calm and try not shouting "shut up" at people, and bring some evidence that we can sink our teeth into. I mean, I think there are intelligent people in here. There are intelligent people in here who would love to sink their teeth into something really.
Accusing me of being religious, accusing me of being from some other country. These are
are you going to deny?
Wait a second, are you Canadian?
Your own fear. These are your own fear.
Explanation.
Hannah, I'm not sure what you're afraid of. What did you accuse me of, and why?
You are religious. We don't accuse you. That's true. You are religious.
Your reasons why you don't believe that satellites exist or the space program is real.
And do you think I mentioned religious or the Bible at any point? Do you think I mentioned?
Never said the Bible. You said God.
Do you think I mentioned? Because that's what you said. You said I was religious. You said I was coming from what? Christian? What'd you call it?
No, I said you invoked your belief and faith.
Okay, well, you don't know that because it certainly isn't true. So do you?
All right, let me ask you. Okay, let's ask him. Let me ask you.
So
then.
you know about my religious upbringing?
No, I want to ask you. I want to ask you, Dan. Do you base your belief in faith? That's a direct question.
No.
Yes or no, and why?
No.
And why?
Because faith is, belief is faith-based. And I question the physicality of where we live on top of all the other bullshit. I question that we're in physical. If they're lying about stuff, there's no telling why. And originally, what brought me to Flat Earth was trying to understand humans, where we live, and why we are. In other words, if evolution has the gaps it does, are we hybrid? And what I used to think was far away in terms of aliens. I used to
was it a YouTube video in 2015?
What I used to believe to be far away in terms of UFOs and aliens, I've now localized to be left and right. And even if I accept the infinity of space, I could also therefore accept the infinity of an ice plane, therefore showing the absurdity of infinity.
Oh my God! You've got
was it a YouTube video? Hold on. Was it a YouTube?
No, you're
was
just.
It,
go ahead, Bibo. Push through it, Bibo. Push through it.
Was it a YouTube video in 2015?
No. Yes. You're right. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I totally apologize. I totally apologize.
Great.
Okay,
so here's the difference. Here's the difference.
No,
here's the difference.
He wasn't done.
Okay, yeah. I apologize.
The people who made that YouTube, the person or people who made that YouTube video, how do you know that the information that they put out in that video was factual?
I thank you for bringing this up, and you'll hear my story really quick. It's fast. Finally got around to finding where Mark Sargent was, got in his face and said, hey, I've been checking out this stupid Mandela effect stuff, and some of it seems like, stuff etched in stone. You can't change stuff retroactively. If we can prove anything changed retroactively, I have to now think what's real. What's real to you and I is, meaning me and you, not Mark, but what's real to you and I is what's physical. That's what we think of as real. Well, the Mark Sargent stuff proved to me that there's a question of the globe, yes, but it said jack shit about where we live. And so I'm saying, hey, Flat Earth, you're smart enough, you're intelligent enough, show me the borders. Let's go see these borders. And since we haven't and can't, yes, I'm disappointed, and I question our physical Earth because nobody is showing the borders. And that's why I ask for your static shot, from space, and why I want to see buildings sticking out. It's not that much to ask.
I have a question.
That's lots to ask.
Wait, buildings sticking out? What?
Don't start. Anyone got anything intelligent?
I have a question about
buildings. What does that mean? Buildings sticking out. What does that mean? Buildings sticking out.
How tall does a building have to be for you to be able to see it sticking out of from space?
What does that mean?
Okay, I beg you to let me answer this a half a minute. Everything I'm asking.
You had half a minute. What I'd like to know is, what did you actually say to Mr. Sargent? Because you said you got his face and then you went off on a tangent. What did you actually say to Mark Sargent when you met him? Because you never told us what you actually said. You said, I got his face and I said...
I challenged the man. I challenged the man.
What did you actually say?
Guess what? It's 5 years. Shut the fuck up so you can hear what
let him finish. Let him finish.
I challenge the man. It's 5 years later. The man's been on the fence. I know why he really left the conference. I know lots of things that you don't think about. And there's real problems. And the man sits on the fence, doesn't represent anything in particular. It causes problems for us. I adore him, but he's let me down. That's the end of that. And I just want you to know that. I've staunchly defended all those fuckers. And they turned on me for being legit.
Super chat. I need to read a super chat. Just gonna take a few seconds. Mr. Victory's Radio, $5. Thank you very much, Mr. Victory's Radio. I appreciate the support. And he say, yeah, I know he says, but I want to say, Mr. Victory Radio say, Dan, I didn't say you were from Canada. You utter moron. Learn how to take a joke. Shout out to Mr. Victory Radio.
Yeah, accusations are a funny joke. Damn religious Canadians you guys are.
Hey, Dan, with all due respect, are you not throwing accusations that NASA photos and all that and the Hubble is fake? Aren't you doing that?
It's not
That's
at you.
That's all right.
It's not at you.
That's all right to do, but when someone says something to you, that's not all right.
Twisted. You don't hear me? That's not at you. I'm not aiming
Calm
at
down. Holy smokes, dude.
I'm just asking you to be real. You guys.
There's only one person in here shouting and cursing, dude.
Totally full of shit today.
There's
Does
only one
anyone have
person in here shouting
real
and cursing.
questions?
I would love to have a
I can't
conversation
stay
with
all
a flat earther who doesn't shout and curse.
Okay,
Is there-
Dan. Okay,
is
we
there
understand. We
any
understand
chance
that.
we do
Huge.
that?
I'm gonna give you the opportunity to say what you gotta say.
Pardon me.
Dan, the only person today in the voice chat right here talking among us, there are 14, 13, 12. I got 2 accounts, right? The 13 people that are here, there's only one person that is not allowing other people to finish because they are saying the wrong thing, because you don't agree with what they say, because you think you are being misinterpreted, because you disagree with what they're saying, because you think it's either a straw man, it's a misinterpretation, it's wrong. You're just not agreeing with people. Do you? Is it fair that you think, and is it right that you feel that you have the entitlement to interrupt those people because of all those reasons? You disagree, it's wrong. You just need to interrupt them, right? So there's no on an open topic. It's the Dan show where Dan can say everything he wants, and when any other person that speaks that Dan disagrees with, he's got all the right to interrupt them whenever the fuck he wants. Do you think that's fair, Dan?
You know, it's exactly why I was invited here, to get real.
But do you think that's fair? What I just say, please answer me.
You know me. You know why I was invited here, and you know.
So that is not fair, right? You're saying that's not fair, and you know it, right?
Well, you're not showing the image I wanted to show you.
Dan, the point that I made, you do not have any fucking right to interrupt every single person speaking here today because you disagree with them. You do not have the fucking right, because I got the power. I can allow people to speak, and I welcome you. I invited you in so we can talk and let talk. I didn't invite you so you can talk and do not let the others talk, right? I invited you so we can talk and let talk. Then get that in your thick fucking skull. You have to allow people to finish what they have to say, even if you disagree with them, which you will disagree with them, but you have to shut the fuck up and let them speak. You will have the opportunity to answer them back. All right. Hugh Janus, you were saying something. Hopefully Dan don't interrupt you. Go ahead.
I was going to ask about the ice sheet that was mentioned earlier. Dan, did you mention an ice sheet, or am I just getting confused?
No, I was talking about if, in fact, I had to accept the infinity of space, I was willing to accept the infinity of an ice plane.
Oh, an ice what?
Or the concept, not the fact, just the concept of infinity, of where out there is. Is it really up there, or is it just vast left and right?
Well, okay, I'm not exactly sure, but
Trying to explain UFOs, and in the brevity of our seeing them, you'd have to understand if we were visiting somewhere and needed fuel to get back 3,000 or 4,000 miles across the ice, we would also be there quite briefly. So we could be visited from quite close and calling it aliens and UFOs when in fact it is extraterrestrial. It's from other lands. So think about the term extraterrestrial and bring it home. Don't go up to space. I don't need to go to space to have an extraterrestrial.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. But there's there is. I will make one point though. Is if you were talking about an ice sheet or whatever that's far away and there's other lands, you haven't seen those, but you have seen space. So
pictures.
You can look up and see space. You can use a telescope and get images and pictures close to what the Hubble's getting, or the Hubble's a lot more data and depth to it.
If you can,
so I'm still confused. So I'm still.
If you can do your job, take some pictures of Hubble.
It's not my job.
I would appreciate it.
That's not my job.
I have
a job. If you, like I said before, if you want to bring us over to your side and you want to show us and give us pause, right? Which means that you just like, wait a minute, oh, maybe Dan's got. If you want to do that, then you really have to do your homework. You really have to.
I already did that.
You have to do. Okay, then I can say this: what you brought was inadequate. All right, totally inadequate. I'm after scientific evidence that Hubble is fake or the ISS is fake. Not hairspray and all of that sort of stuff. I'm after scientific evidence.
I can't do any better, Jose.
Well,
I can't.
Oh, then that's Constitution River.
Well, Dan, I'm a fellow flat earther. Is there anything that you want the flat Earth community to see from what you're talking about here? Is there something that we're missing here, flat around or whatever?
To Lemon.
Well, did you miss it?
Nice to hear from you again.
Did you miss it earlier? I was going through current headlines and just showing the deception in the headlines and the difference between the graphics obtained from their equipment and what they put in the news.
Interesting. I do think that there is a fake news element on either side because they're trying to present an image. Like when we did, what do you call it, the Lake Balaton test. Did we necessarily hit the laser or the grid with that laser? Probably not, because the laser would not be a collimated concentrated beam. They probably presented that graphic for showroom effect. The real meat and potatoes of, say, the Balaton test, if you ask me, was that they saw it twinkle in their eyes and they said it should have been blocked by a hump of Earth curvature. And the little graphic was probably there for, visual effect. But that doesn't mean that what these tests are getting at is or isn't valid necessarily, does it? I mean, Dan the Waterman?
Well, I have no faith in FE Core, but I've done that work, so I can talk to you about what I've physically seen, not their bullshit.
Please.
Well, I've physically done lasers at 9.6, 17.5, 27 miles, although I wasn't holding that laser, and 35 miles. So I've held lasers at different distances. I've seen them operated both tripod and by hand, surprisingly by hand at great distance, which shocked me a great deal, shows the divergence of the beam, and everyone can blab about it all they want, but when it's shooting at you and you see it as a beam compared to when that beam hits you, you know the difference between when it's hitting you or not, regardless of its width at that point, because you can see it go past you. You can see it go around you. You can see it hit the water. You can see it hit the sky. It's only when it hits you does the circle light up, the bright circle of the beam. So there is a difference, and we've been very lucky with targeting, because what we do is we run on both sides of something and we flash about like crazy until somebody sees something. Then it gives us something to target on one side, therefore something to target on the other. Are we proving anything when we're seeing each other with lasers at 35 miles, or let's say 17? Because when I watch 17,
it's flat, aren't we?
Well, not by their standards. And let me just make their point. What you and I think is that I've waited for the clear conditions, optimal conditions to shoot pictures. And what they think is I've waited for perfect refractive conditions. What they don't understand is I've spent 12, 19 hours in these locations. I know what I'm looking at, and we know what kind of hazes, fogs, and real weather conditions roll through, and temperature changes. So it's not maniacal. What's maniacal is my data set isn't good enough for you. That's what's
the thing is, we already know that light beams spread. I mean, we wouldn't have an image at the left, right, up, down, and all sides of the object if light rays didn't spread in the first place. We already know that. The question is it being blocked by a hump of Earth curvature or not? When we're saying that the beam is spreading or refracting so much that it makes the test inconclusive, that's nonsense. We already know that light rays spread. It's just whether or not the light beam is being blocked by Earth curvature. You were saying, Dan the Waterman?
To be honest, in this crowd, what you and I need to address is how are we fucking up? What sort of bullshit are we spouting? And that's what ruins our efforts. For instance, people say that a railgun can shoot 100 miles straight. Well, no, it targets 100 miles straight. It shoots like traditional artillery. This is the error that we make, and how we get grandiose when we make claims, and therefore we jump to conclusions later. I just want to point out with this morning's stuff or today's stuff, I didn't jump any conclusions. We all came to the proper conclusion. They're showing us something different than they're receiving. So there's nothing to argue about. And I just, again, appreciate being here. I just want you to know, as a flat earther, we got some shit to figure out from within, because we talk a lot of shit and we have to argue to get any point. But when we talk errantly, we blow it for every other point that we make. And I've got some problems.
It's fine. We get the general idea across. Lay people don't need that level of specificity. They just want to know generally what's going on and be guided toward the truth. There's no need to be, so technical and hyper specific.
Getting there.
Maybe when you're dealing with a glober, maybe like a glober from NASA or some sort of paid shill. But lay people just need to get the general idea of the truth, and they can go from there.
Not there, guys. Let me get in there. Dan and Lemon and everybody. It is another hour went by in the show. This is the second hour. This is the third act. Going on the third act now. First and second act is done. We're going to the third act. Everybody over here, please review your scripts. We are into chapter 4, paragraph 3. Everybody will get the lines. Thank you, Dan. I had the script for you already saved, and I appreciate you coming in, and we get to do this without rehearsing, but at least we going through it. Thank you, everybody. All the participants are in today. Big shout out to everybody on the Discord right now. You also can be part of the Discord server, the voice chat, the conversation. If you want to be part of it, just click on the Discord server Daily Boom link and join us. The link is in the description box in the video. Once you show up, I will direct message your script so you can be a part of the conversation like everybody. We are all actors and agents. We are doing our part. Big shout out to Dan. He's a superstar today. You're doing great today. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching. Please hit the like button. No, there's no dislike. It doesn't exist anymore. Hit the thumbs up, please, and give me money, because a shield must be paid. So you must give me money. And by saying that, there's a PayPal link and a super chat link. I have received a PayPal by Earth is Live, and it was for $20. And I think we can entertain this topic for the final act of the show. And I read it says, I took a screenshot and I posted over here on the Discord. I'm sharing my screen. And I quote Earth is Live $20 PayPal comment. QFA 63 flies from Sydney to Johannesburg every other day. The trip takes 14 hours. The distance is 6,863 miles. How does these flights make this trip traveling at 550 miles per hour when on a flat Earth? These airports are on opposite sides of the flat Earth, or are these airports in the opposite side of the flat Earth? So if you don't have all the details, maybe, hopefully, Earth is Live can throw another screenshot. We have talked about this topic a few times. Do you have any idea? I think Lemon has been involved in this discussion about the QFA flight from Sydney to Johannesburg previously. You guys can take the floor, take it away. What do you guys think? Or Dan?
Jetstreams give us a much higher speed than normal for commercial air flights. They can go in the range from 500 to 700, with the 200-mile Jetstreams giving it a boost that would cut down the time by like a fifth or something like that. And I've heard that these commercial airplanes, even commercial model airplanes, can go up to 1,000 miles. So with a combination of Jetstream and or going up to 1,000 miles, you could make that trip of 6,000 miles, pretty easily, depending on how much time it takes to make the flight. It could range anywhere from 6,800 divided by 500 to 6,800 divided by 1,000 with that range. So as far as I can tell, we're good if you get a Jetstream.
Quickly, everybody. Relax. I just got a quick comment. It's not about the topic. Off topic. Shout out to Thurs for giving me more money. 577. He say this is the best show in months. Jose by gratitude. Shout out to Thurs. I'm glad that you enjoying it, bro.
You're welcome, mate.
Chaik or Beeble. I don't know who, because this is Beeble's kind of topic. Earth is Live already posted a screenshot. Chaik, is it a quick comment that you have?
I want to know for Lemon to explain to me why he has jet streams on his flat Earth at all.
Jet streams would basically go in concentric circles around the central north. When you plot wind patterns
Why?
on a flattish AE map, they appear to go in concentric circles around the central north.
Yeah, sure. Why? What for? The
We'd
Earth
have to
isn't
go with the
moving. Nothing is moving. Why do they move?
Explanation of electromagnetism going in a concentric
Thank you.
circle over the flat Earth, or anything all the way to something supernatural like the angels at the four corners of the Earth blowing in ventilation or something. That appears to be the range.
Thank you, Lemon. Now, Earth is life. Go ahead, man. I have.
So which direction?
Yeah, I got up that
Which
image that
direction
you
would these? Which direction would these jet streams be going? Because remember, this flight goes back and forth.
Based off the diagrams that I say, they change throughout the year. I don't know if they change daily.
So
they do change throughout the year. So they can go in either direction throughout the year.
So every time this flight goes, is there an aided jet stream going in both directions?
I don't know if I'd go that far myself. I don't know. I don't think so.
But the planes fly.
So the jet stream would have. If this flight would have, so the jet stream would have to be about 500 miles. 500 miles an hour.
That I've heard is like 230 to 300, but I don't know. They might be faster or higher. I don't know. I'd have to see what the range is for jet stream speeds. I would add about 200 miles per hour to the trip at least.
Mind if I?
Yeah. So I don't. Oh, go ahead.
So Lemon, do you realize that we can radar track these aircraft, right?
Yes.
Do we have them going over 1,000 miles an hour over the ground?
Well, this is conspiracy catnip for the flat Earth, Dr. Bob, because they say that you lose transmission to these planes once they're over the sea. So the radar transmission cuts off and you can't track them, especially toward the southern hemisphere. So it looks like we don't have data on them.
Lemon, you can track them by satellite. And you also have other ways of tracking them. For example, from ships, we'll pick these aircraft up occasionally. And are you saying that you have documentation that there is a passenger airliner that is not a Concorde or something that can travel over 1,000 miles an hour over the ground?
I don't have documentation. I heard that these planes can travel up to 1,000 miles from an interview from back in like the 80s or 70s.
Okay, well, you're continuing on with a bunch of other derp. All right.
I'm not continuing with a derp. I'm giving you a substantive answer before you interrupt me. Do you have another question, Doctor?
Do you have any actual documentation to support your claim that somehow these planes can go over 1,000 miles an hour?
No, I don't.
What about cruise ships that go between, say, Sydney and Palm Bay in New Zealand, which is 1,305 nautical miles? Can those cruise ships hit over 40 knots?
Not that I know of, no.
Yet that's how long it takes them. They would have to hit 40 knots on a flat Earth in order to make that journey. Now, on a globe Earth, they make it at less than 20, which is normal cruise ship speed. But, there's no jet streams.
Bob, can I ask a real question? A real question?
Please, let Dan speak. Please let Dan speak.
Could I ask a question regarding the idea of landing on the north-south runway and the idea of me maintaining my takeoff speed and velocity in relativity during my whole flight? If I reach a destination and decide to go in a box pattern, like 1 mile, like a go-around, when will you or I measure the airspeed, the ground speed, and pick up the rotation of the Earth then? In other words, it's insisted that I maintained my 750 mile an hour speed in drift, even though I don't notice. But yet during a box pattern, I can measure my airspeed, my ground speed, my relative speeds. Do you think I'd prove something one way or another there? Do you think you and I could do that? I mean, we can measure, we can see the Earth. In other words, we can know our airspeed, we can know our ground speed, we can modify our own speed. We have full control of direction and thrust.
All right, well, let's just make it easy to visualize then. And by the way, that was a very, very interesting comment you made earlier when I first came on, and I appreciate you making it. I think you're dead on the money.
Which one?
About people need to actually stop with the silliness and put out some really valuable information. They need to stop saying stupid things in the flat Earth.
We're so emotional though, and I get invited here, then gagged up on, and then they go, "Look at you, you're reacting." Of course I'm reacting. I'm getting fucking hit from all sides.
No, you're being fine. You and I are having a great conversation right now. Now, okay, so let's go ahead and make this easy for you. You agree that if you take off from an airport in a helicopter and you fly 50 miles to another airport, you understand that conservation of momentum will keep you keep you at the same speed as the Earth that you left. And as you correct your course on the way up, you do make slight corrections for this Coriolis factor. Now, when you get to that other airport, you can hover directly over the center, correct? And you won't move relative to the ground.
Yeah, but right? I'm asking us to have measured the relative ground speed while we did this in one direction.
It's easy enough to do, which is very easy to do. And you can hover over the center of the airport, which will give you a relative ground speed of 0. You can now fly all the way around the airport in a circle and come back to the same spot without any problem. That's how an aircraft on a rotating Earth can do a landing pattern around an airport. It doesn't matter what direction they took off. It doesn't matter.
Oh, but if I'm in east-west flight, I should easily be able to see the Earth traveling in one or the other directions at a great speed in relation to the other.
Yeah, you can. And you can do that in any direction. On an airliner, you will see the Earth pass below you at 550 knots or 550 miles an hour.
But in one direction, it should be 1,200 miles an hour.
Why? Why?
Because by your definition, I'm adding my thrust to my takeoff speed.
No, you're already moving with the Earth while you're on the runway.
So I'm asking you to take my 1,200 mile an hour speed, look down,
1,200 mile an hour.
Compare the passage of the Earth to my return trip.
All you're comparing is your aircraft passing over the surface of the Earth. It has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with rotation. You already have that's already imparted on your aircraft as you sit on the runway.
I understand.
And if you lift 3 inches off the runway, you don't suddenly stop and the Earth rotate underneath you. That's a basic cognitive error that you see a lot when people make this argument.
That's a common sense error because if something was conserved,
I'm not talking to you, Lemon. I'm talking to Dan, and we're having a nice conversation. Don't interject.
Before I stop interjecting, Doctor, you can turn around so nothing is being conserved. So what you're saying is ludicrous. Please continue.
It is ludicrous. It is because you and I know we have plenty of measurement skills. You and I have eyes. You and I can go in a plane, and we could observe the obvious relationship between us and the Earth. I'm sorry. We can. And if you think that I remain in some sort of fixed speed, that's also disproven entirely by my ability to control my aircraft.
You guys invoke conservation of momentum, but nothing's being conserved. You can't turn around if momentum's being conserved. Otherwise, you would continue to be propelled forward in the direction that you were going at the time of movement. The fact that you can turn around and go opposite to the spin means that nothing is being conserved. What you're saying is fallacious.
Well, Lemon, you can try it yourself. I know you have a car because I hear your seatbelt all the time. So take a ball with you, drive it 10 miles per hour, and throw this ball up and see if it does not come back straight to your head.
It will not come back straight to my hand if I throw it high enough.
I don't want you to tell me what it will do. I want you to try it.
I'm just pointing out how inconsistent what you're saying is, Chaiki, because
no, I know how you think it would do.
It will disconnect from the energy system of the car.
Then try it. I want to see the video of you throwing the ball up and it's not coming back to your hand.
We're dealing with an enclosed system. We're implying that the car is enclosed like the Earth.
You have
that's a de
stupid
facto
ideas
that were firmamentally contained then.
You have stupid ideas that you have never tested and you think they are true.
Chaiki,
Dan, the biggest problem that I see in the flat Earth is they get in their mind how things should work and then assume that they're right. They're generally not.
Thank you. Because I just realized.
Generally not.
You're right. And I just realized that I've been defending stuff that we were told 6 years ago and nobody's looked. And I'm furious when I brought it up to fucking Nodell and all that and Weiss, they told me I was a maniac. and I was just bringing data that was brought to me. So I appreciate you, appreciate anything that we're doing wrong, because we need to fucking throw it out. At the same time, I'm going to be honest, you guys backing bad press isn't cool.
Well, it went back in bad press. We keep telling you, don't believe the fucking press. We're telling you, don't believe it.
The masses are affected by that. The sheep are affected by that.
May I have one more point before I go sleep? Before I go sleep, I just want to point out one point about conservation of momentum for down, especially because you had a point about the airplanes, but airplanes don't leave the atmosphere. What leaves the atmosphere are spaceships and rockets. And if you notice, like huge majority of airplanes, not airplanes, rockets, they launched eastwards. There is no single rocket that would launch westwards. Do you know why?
Why?
Because of the conservation of momentum, they use Earth rotation to give us boost as a kick. That's why they all launch east. They never launch west.
Well, the problem with what you're saying is you're assuming basically that the Earth is carrying the air like it's an enclosed system. There is no firmamental containment or no containment of any sort in your model, so that's highly inconsistent. And Dr. Bob snuck in the premise that the jet stream would be uniform throughout all altitudes of height to give the cruise ship an additional 20 or 30 knots or whatever. The problem is jet streams are not uniform throughout all altitudes of the air. You're going to get a jet stream here at one altitude that is not present at another altitude, so that premise is also fallacious. We can simply use common sense to see whether these assumptions are accurate or not, and just go from there.
Yeah, but
cruise ship in an air? Cruise ship in an air?
Come on. At a lower level where the jet stream is not present. So when Dr. Bob jet stream at ground level, that was extremely fallacious.
Wyman Bob, can I say something about your stupid, thing about jet streams being?
I'm using common sense. Don't you dare say that I'm being stupid. But what are you talking about?
I'm going to correct you then in your misunderstanding of jet streams. Planes have been flying back and forward between Europe and North America for decades, right? And we know what height the jet streams are at that help us to fly one way and the other way, right? And we know that when we fly from North America to Europe, you've got a jet stream that helps you. And when you fly from Europe to North America, you've got a jet stream that hinders you. And therefore it adds time. Or is it the other way about?
We need to focus in the
I'm not really sure, right? But I'm saying, we know how the jet streams work. We've been studying them and measuring them for decades, man.
We need to focus in this flight again. Johannesburg to where? I got on screen a screenshot taken by Vivo. The QFA flight.
Yeah, what's Africa somewhere? Yeah.
This in any layout of any flat Earth map, existent flat Earth map, then any layout it works because the distance just doesn't add up. On a globe, it works perfectly, but on any flat map, it just doesn't add up. Is there any kind of projection or map of flat where this flight makes sense?
Well, but also even on a globe, that flight wouldn't make sense. You wouldn't fly straight with that. It would be a circuitous route. You would go towards the South Pole and loop around because that would be a straight flight rather than going over the Earth,
Well, the distance that I heard was
flat Earth. You can only have distances described by a straight line, whereas on the surface of a sphere, you have distances described by a great circle. On the Earth, the distances between any 2 points on the Earth correspond to the great circle distance, not the straight line flat Earth distance. It's as simple as that.
The great circle is a circle or a hemicircle of 24,000 miles. That's all that you're saying with this great circle nonsense. We can go in a circle over the flat Earth, or we can go in a straight line over the flat Earth.
What's more is you can use something called the Haversine equation.
So we have a range of options
that are available. And you can get the coordinates of point A and point B, and you can accurately measure the distance over the ground between those 2 points and figure out the radius of the Earth. And guess what? It comes out
brilliant. No,
It's a 39.59
Sean,
miles.
there
But
is
that's
Isn't that
circular,
amazing? The
Doctor.
same thing that it comes
Why
out
are we
with
going
in
through
every other
this
way that we measure it.
again
But that's
and
circular,
again?
Doctor. How did you derive the Haverstein formula distances off of the assumption of a globe? So you're just using the Haverstein
These are simple
formula
facts. You can't
reassert
get
what you
around them, and
already
you can't.
asserted anyway. That's
You
circular
can't
logic,
just play
Doctor.
games and say, "Well, I don't believe this because of reasons."
You're effectively
All right,
playing
unless you
logic
can
games that are
disprove
not
it.
backed up by
I mean, that's the way it is.
reality.
Lemon.
You're just playing
you're
logic
not-
games that are not backed up by reality. That's specious reasoning. We need to see if
Lemon.
there's a curve first before it can justify the use of ball math, Haverstein math, or whatever the hell.
Lemon, do not enter his fantasy. He is not a doctor. Call him bro. He's not a doctor.
My favourite Mabbett has
Dr. Bro.
entered the
It's Dr.
conversation.
Bro.
Why are
It's
we
not just
going through
doctor.
this?
He is Dr. Bro. That's how we
He
should
is
call him.
not a doctor.
He is a doctor. I see his name is Dr. Bro. So, Brian,
not a
you're
doctor.
not here just to accuse people. Don't do that. We talk about the topic. We're
Not-
not here to any character assassination. We're not here to personal attack. We're not here about focusing about the people. We're here about to talk about the topics on hand. So if all you have to do is personal attacks and personal insinuations and just attack the individual, you're not going to participate today. Okay, Brian, you want to talk about the flight or what?
Well, Brian, the main thing is let's just use some common sense. I got a distance of 6,800 miles if we assume that that's correct. We just need to divide that by the range of speeds that are available for commercial aircraft, which appears to be 500 all the way to 1,000 if the video that I heard is correct about how fast these commercial planes can go if they really want to go that fast or whatever. So at that point, we have possible distances for whatever map conception we want to get. I am biased toward the A.E. Gleason map. I would put the distances on there and go from there.
Well, I did put the distances on the AE map. And guess what? They don't match your distances. They match the globe distances. Because you know why? Because the Gleason AE map is a projection of the globe. Says so right on it.
Right.
Well, Doctor, we have the ship voyages of Captain Cook and others making Antarctica at least 60,000 miles.
No,
and so
no.
we need to look
You
at
have you have the misinterpretation of what that even means. You don't even know what that means. Do you think that he just sailed the coast of Antarctica, or did he come down from England? Did he explore here or explore there? And over the course of his entire voyage, with all those side trips, came up with 70,000 miles. Why don't you go ahead and have a look at the race around Antarctica, which is tracked by GPS? That will tell you the distance around Antarctica, and it is not 70,000 miles. And you know that because it's been pointed out to you before. You just haven't listened, apparently.
Well, the further out that they go, the wider the circle is going to be. If they're at the 60th parallel or the 60th circle, they're going to get a narrower circle than around Antarctica. So we need to look at the speeds that are possible for a racing yacht up to what, 30, 40 miles per hour, and try to see the time that they travel up to like, what, 100 days, and see what range of distances we get at that parallel too.
It's 28 days, and it goes all the way back up. It starts and ends in France. Okay? Now, if you look at the part of the course that's around Antarctica, and that distance matches the globe, Lemon. It does not match your thoughts, your misinterpretation of Captain Cook. It doesn't match your presupposed understanding of your worldview. It matches the globe, period.
We don't live on a globe.
So let's take the range of speed, which appears to be what, 10 to 30, 40 miles per hour, and multiply that times what, 24 hours in a day, times what, 28 days, if the record of this race is correct, to see what that length of parallel is and compare that to the pagan globe. If we have discrepancies, let's go from there.
You're already wrong right there, so I need to stop you. It is not the length of a parallel. And it doesn't take 28 days to circle Antarctica. It takes 28 days to leave France, get to Antarctica, circle it, and return to France. And the GPS data for every boat is listed right on the site.
Everybody is very happy over here in the Discord and in the chat box. Everybody's happy with the way the show shaped today. We had a very diverse panel, a lot of back and forward. It's been entertaining. It's been fun.
You can also look at the logs of Admiral Byrd and his 3 expeditions to Antarctica. He mapped the distance around the coast It's not 70,000 miles, Lemon. Period.
Hey.
And he went all the way around it.
Hey, Doc, can you help me look into some stuff I was starting to research?
Sure.
It's simply like in time, both Lindbergh and Amelia Earhart were independent. They weren't connected to government. And they were at the first time when people crossed the Atlantic and traversed what we know as the globe. And they were both potentially controversial. First, his route is controversial. His life is more than controversial.
Now, why is his route controversial?
Well, if you look at his map, it's a straight line compared to what, and
it's not a straight line. It's a series of line segments with course correction.
In his own writing.
No, it's not.
I can send you his map. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. It's in a series of line segments, and he had course correction.
What I'd like you to conceive with me is what's up with his political afflictions. Where did he get his power from?
That's irrelevant.
Where did he get his power independent of government? Where did he get his power from? He was powerful in a very strange way, very unique to humanity. Very strange.
You can consider that. He was a national, all right, he was a national hero for one.
Can you allow me to formulate? Can you allow me to formulate?
All right, go right ahead.
The association with the two aviators of the time that were the first aviators that really would have traversed any distances. They were both seemingly under duress or disappeared or something. I've been investigating them for that reason, that they were independent of government. They were allowed to speak. They were allowed outside. They didn't have to answer to anyone else. They had their own power from popularity, which is really a strange way to gain power.
Charles Lindbergh was a Marine aviator. He was part of the American Air Force. Well, the American Army, because it wasn't an Air Force in those days.
Yeah, his story is much deeper than you can do in one sentence because he really
was he not a member of the American military?
You don't understand. They didn't.
I'm just asking a yes or no question. Was he a member of the American military?
He had to sneak into China as an advisor. No, he was not allowed in the American military whatsoever. So just so you know,
what the hell are you talking about?
Whatever. Okay, so I'm sorry. His beliefs were, if you really looked, is that America should never enter World War II because literally America was being taken over by quote unquote the Jews.
You do know that World War II is finished, over with, over 70 years ago, and there's no point talking about now whether it should have been done or not. It's done. You know what the hell are you talking about? You know what I mean?
Corporate and business interests and lawyers had taken over this country, and he was saying, we need to be a country and not part of this global cabal. And that's where he ran into trouble.
All right, what in the fuck is going on over here? Fuck! Shut the fuck up, whoever the fuck is talking now. I have said before many times, no fucking politics in this fucking channel. For fuck's sake. So whoever the fuck wanna keep talking about politics, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna boot your fucking ass off the fucking call. Do you fucking understand? I was gonna be busy for 5 fucking minutes. I live for 1 minute, and fucking politics is being fucking talked about. Shut the fuck up about politics or get the fuck out of here. Fuck.
Well, he's right. I was talking about global aviation. I'm sorry. I was just talking about if you could look into the early aviation and who those people were and what happened to them and the media effect on all of it. That's all. It's just a good point of research for me. I don't have a lot of things to research, and that's just sharing that with you guys. If you have any interest, look up the complexity of their lives and their situations being early aviators at a time when it wasn't charted or mapped before as to how to navigate these things.
And we were talking about routes around the Earth that planes take, not talking about individual pilots or anything like that. We were talking about how you get from one place to another in an aeroplane and the speeds that they fly at and how that conforms to a globe and not flat Earth. And you're the one that keep bringing all this crap up. You know, I don't know why you keep going off on these weird offshoots, you know what I mean? Just stick to the topic, man.
Yeah, it's a flat Earth thing, if you ask me.
Well, you say it's a flat Earth, but I mean, I've yet to see any flat Earth and I've asked a lot of them, being a flat Earth skeptic, whether they actually have measurements showing that topography deviates from a flat plane. It needs to be over a reasonable distance, a few miles. And you need to show the data, the tools, and the methodology. Can you do that?
You're asking me to do what? You're asking me to do something?
Yeah, I said, you're claiming the Earth is flat. Yeah, and I'm just asking very simple, for me, the way I determine something, especially something very large or very small, is to measure it. So I'm asking, do you have measurements over a reasonable distance, a few miles, that shows that the topography deviates from a flat plane? If you do, can I see the data? Can I see the tools that you use so we can actually make sure they're reasonable? And can you show me the methodology so it can be critiqued or repeated?
I'm not sure what you think I'm here to prove to you, but I could. So if you were more clear, you're asking me to do what? Jose, can you answer it for him? I'm not sure. He doesn't know. I've been out in the field. We've done stuff. I'm not sure what he wants. It's out there.
We understand. You're mentally challenged, and you don't understand. When people ask you something.
Let me rephrase the question, Dan. Do you have measurements over a reasonable distance showing that geography deviates from a flat plane? Needs to be over a reasonable distance because we've got a large surface.
No.
And you need to show the tools.
No.
And the methodology that you used so it can be critiqued or repeated.
The answer
so if you don't have that very basic piece of information, why do you assert the Earth is flat?
Because it does not deviate from a flat plane. That's why I do not have data of such. You asked if I had data showing a deviation. No, I do not have data.
Because we have hills and valleys, don't we?
You're a mental case, obviously.
Do we have hills and valleys? So hence that's why I use the word topography. Because what I'm saying is that the baseline is flat and everything deviates from a flat changes. So I shouldn't use complicated words. From a flat plane. So where you've got mountains maybe higher, valleys maybe lower. That's all cool, but the baseline is flat. Do you have that data? And if so, can I see the tools, the data, and the methodology that you use?
If I take the meat out of my burger, do I still have a burger?
Not an answer to my
question. I still have them in both hands. So I have the remainder in one hand and the meat in the other.
So the answer is no, you don't have that answer. You don't have an answer for that question.
No,
he does. He's got a vegetable burger and he's got a patty in the other hand. It's still a burger with vegetables in it.
Yeah, but he can't answer my question, Turs. I'm not going to be distracted by some fluff stupidity. I'm basically saying, do you have baseline data, some measurements that have been taken that shows that the Earth is actually flat? Now, I used to just ask it that way, but then I used to get stupid people like Bev saying, but we got hills and valleys. Ooh.
That's what you're
doing. So I had to
though,
change my question to be very specific.
But you're bevving me, aren't you? Aren't you just bevving me? I mean, what?
No, I'm not. I'm just basically saying, do you have measurements over a reasonable distance showing the Earth is flat? If you do, can I see the data, the tools, and the methodology so it can be evaluated and critiqued? And it needs to be over a reasonable distance, like a few miles. Do you have that?
Do I have evidence of no physical horizon in my line of sight at distance?
No, that's not the question I've asked. I've asked, do you have measurements that show that the Earth is flat over a reasonable... Okay, that's fine.
No measurements for you. No.
Then I think you're irrational trying to assert that the Earth is flat.
Well, I think that you should accept my observations and my evidence of that.
No, because I told you earlier, if you look at blood, you can't tell if somebody's sick. But if you test it with scientific instruments and take measurements, you can tell a person is sick from their blood. So if looking at something doesn't prove anything.
So if I work with different light sources over different distances at different locations over land, water, and ice, at what point am I allowed to go forward with my due diligence. In other words, I've done my due diligence.
Okay, I'll give it to you.
What's wrong
I'll
with
give
it?
it to you, Dan. You're familiar with the Nowicki photograph from an elevation of 180 feet showing the top of the buildings in Chicago across Lake Michigan, correct?
I never paid attention to the target, to the subject height. I never knew it was 180.
Of course you didn't.
And I do believe a great deal more than the top, if you'd be honest. Just
I
use
know,
the word
I've measured
portion
it.
right now. Just use the word portion right now, to be honest.
No. The bottom
Then we're
half of the
done.
building,
You're not being honest.
the
And
bottom half of the
more
building is
importantly,
measured. All right.
it's
Okay,
not
Dan,
a
you're just
mirage.
talking over me. I haven't even
It's
finished my
not a
question.
mirage. You know it's not a mirage.
I haven't even finished my question. You're already
No, it's not a
Dan,
mirage.
don't make me mute you.
Okay.
Settle down, Dan. Come on, we're having a great talk here.
Just talking
So
about
you
what they
know,
claim. It's not what
so
they
you know that view from 180 feet elevation across the 60 miles of Lake Michigan shows the tops of the buildings in Chicago. All right. Now, if you want to claim that the Earth is flat, look in the Daily Boom Uncensored, and look at another view of Chicago for me, and tell me how high I would have to be in order to see buildings in Chicago from that view. That's 250 miles.
You know, I've been out on that lake, right? You know,
Great.
I've been.
So have you seen Chicago from the point at northern Lake Michigan up by?
No, I was out in the middle of the lake somewhere. Sorry.
Okay, so, but you understand though that if you saw the buildings of Chicago from that point, you might actually have a point, and that could be a valid piece of evidence for flat Earth. Can you present anything like that?
I'm just going
Shore-to-shore observation from 250 miles?
250? Where did we
Yeah,
get
it's
250?
That's roughly 250 miles from top to bottom of Lake Michigan.
But then no one's made a 250 claim.
Okay, but on a flat Earth, you would be able to see Chicago from that point, can you?
Why did you assume that?
Because you can see the moon on the horizon, and that's much farther than that.
Can you just do me a huge favor?
Sure.
Make my next statement for me, and then elaborate, because you know my next statement. You know the difference between looking through the thin part of something and the thick part of something. You're asking me to look through the thick part and expect it to have the same result.
The moon. You can see the moon.
So I want you to explain why I'm crazy to think that when you fold it up like a tissue, like toilet paper, and stack it up miles and miles, why it's not as transparent as the single sheet was when I'm looking through a thin part. So tell me why I got to mention that in a real conversation.
Sure. You asked me two questions. First, why would you see it? Because you can see the moon, and it's further. And you asked me to give you...
Wait, hang on. The moon is well lit through the thin part. I'm looking at a well-lit object.
Chicago's nicely lit up too. But you asked me to make your next statement. Your next statement is going to be, Bob, you know you have a point there. I need to rethink my position and life choices. That's what your next statement is.
I agree. Potentially, you're correct. But let's be real. Let's not talk 250. Let's talk what we really. And let's talk the fact that you're asking me to compare the thickness and width of the atmosphere versus the thinness of looking through it vertically. That's not fair. You know the difference.
Yeah, and I also know.
Don't mention it as if it doesn't exist.
I also know that I can see the moon at 250 miles, and you guys love putting up pictures from one mountaintop to the next, 250 miles away. Flat Earth proven. So you know that you can see it. So why can't I see the lit up skyline of Chicago?
I don't work in Chicago. I'm sorry. I work on the West Coast.
That's a non sequitur. You see where Beaver Island is in northern Michigan?
I can't speak out of experience. Come on.
Well, that's because you know, too, that it can't be done. You see Beaver Island up there in the northern part of Lake Michigan? There's a couple of islands there off at Traverse City, Charlevoix.
If you say so.
No, they're right there on the map. Look at the map.
Never been there?
I have many times.
I'm just saying, if you say so, I'm not in an argument. Go ahead.
Okay, are you saying if I say so, Beaver Island exists, or am I just simply pointing out Beaver Island and you're saying
point out that there's a difference between what you say and what's real. That's what I'm trying to point out.
Okay,
Because really, you're not addressing your accusation as to why can't I use a telescope through the atmosphere sideways? And it's because it's sideways. It's because it's layered. It's because it's stacked against me, and you know that. So why are you doing that?
I know I can see the moon with my eyes.
Yeah,
but I can't see Beaver Island. Dan, please, Dan.
No, just you totally.
I know that I cannot see Beaver Island from the shore of the northern shore of Lake Michigan.
And the thickness of something.
All right, he's just constantly talking over, so I'm done.
Dr. Bob, Dan, I just want to ask Dr. Bob something, because he's a bit more knowledgeable on the whole astronomy thing than me. Dr. Bob, would you say that a lighthouse light would be brighter than the moon?
Depends on the range, but generally, yes.
So, my point there would be, if we can see the moon, and it's right on the horizon, looking through the thick tissue layer paper of the atmosphere, that same level of thickness that we have to look through to see Chicago, then I would expect that I would be able to see a lighthouse from a really fucking long way away. Maybe not 250 miles, but, still a very long way away.
Well, you'd easily see, here's a good example. You would easily be able to see the city lights of Chicago from 250 miles. You can easily see the International Space Station as it goes overhead and gets down by the horizon. It's over 1,000 miles away. You can clearly see the reflections off the ISS. And you can verify that that's what it is and where it is.
So funny listening to you lot clutching at straws. It really is.
I just got back.
Flat earthers.
I need to do a few quick shout outs. First of all, thank you all for holding the floor. I'm sorry I went off earlier, but I stepped away and I heard politics and that, it was going to go downhill from there. So
I was going to jokingly ask you who you voted for, but I decided against doing so.
Thank you for not doing it. And now, few shout outs. Big shout out to JB. Big $30 PayPal donation for your show. JB says, thank you so much for the PayPal hit. I really appreciate that. It does help a lot. And we get a big super chat by the Leo for $20 super chat. Thank you, Leo. Hell yeah. Newsflash from Leo. I can see Chicago lights coming from the buildings. Why do I need lasers shining across the lake when I can see lights in the buildings? That's a good question, Leo. Good point. Thank you so much, man, for the super chat.
I spent a fair bit of time, traveling about, Britain and Europe, and sometimes I would be miles away from my city, and I could see lights, on the horizon. I couldn't see individual lights, but I could see lights shining up. You know what I mean?
Dan, hold the mic.
Sorry.
I could see light shining up, and so I knew there was a city there, but I couldn't, see the actual city or the buildings, but I could see light, and so seeing light aglow doesn't mean you're actually seeing buildings, because light shines all over the place. It scatters, and that's why in the city you can't look up and see the stars in a lot of places, because we call it light pollution, So think about that, people, when you're looking across a lake, 350 miles or whatever it is, and saying you can see a city.
Well, here's the thing, too. When I'm in pattern altitude at the Kalamazoo Airport, which is roughly 1,000 feet off the ground, I can see the lights of Detroit 90 miles away. No problem at all.
That's only a bit. I mean, all you're seeing is the light. It's light that's scattered, and so you see a glow, but you're not actually seeing the city. You're seeing where the city. You're seeing the direction the city is, but you're not actually seeing the city. Yeah.
50+ people watching. That's great, man.
Actually, you can see. No, I'm sorry, Jose. Actually, you can see the street pattern. You can see street patterns in cities at that distance easily, and from not much more altitude.
Oh yeah. You're probably going a bit that way, but I'm thinking if the Earth is completely flat, there's no altitude, no difference, there's no curve, that You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We should be able to see much farther than we actually see. This is the problem I get. Yeah, on you go, mate.
Well, you would, as long as you are over the highest tree between you and the city, you should be able to see the city from any distance at night, from hundreds of miles. So as long as you're over the highest city or the highest tree or the highest wave, in the case of my observation here on Lake Michigan, would be no problem at all to see the city on a flat Earth. But of course, we don't see that because the Earth is not flat, it's spherical.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I get. I mean, you might see at the tops of some buildings, in certain atmospheric, conditions. But I mean, you never see the ground floor. You never see the car park and lights for cars driving about. You never see that. You just see the lights from the very top of a building. That proves that the rest of the building and the car park and the cars driving about on the streets, you're not seeing any of that. So that proves that the Earth isn't flat. Because you should be able to see that if you use a binoculars or a telescope, but you don't.
Big shout out, big shout out. I got to do this big shout out. Over 50 people watching and almost 20 people over here on Discord. I mean, when we do the live shows and we get a few, the opposite view, we got earthers from all different kinds in the globe and the flat and the skeptics and all this stuff. We always come together and it's always, we get it all riled up and a little heated and people want to see that, it's entertaining as long as we keep it somehow respectful because there's no need to personally attack people like Brian. Brian's attempt earlier is to character assassination and Bobby's not a doctor and he wanted to take this off track. If we stop that on the track and we try to keep it in the topics, having a little bit of banter and a little bit of of FU and FU, it's okay. But as long as we don't take it to the personal level, dude, we can we can have all kinds of fun here and learn in the process. Boom.
Also, if you can simply bring back into view a lighthouse by backing up, you back up 10 meters, but you rise in elevation 4 meters and you see a lighthouse that you didn't see previously. And it doesn't even, why are we even bringing up this, the thickness of the atmosphere or anything like that? You can literally get farther away, but rise in elevation and you bring back something that you could not see previously. What's the point?
Yeah, I don't understand this thing when they say like you can't see through the atmosphere, no, straight across. You've got to be looking up. That is ridiculous. I mean, look at these specialist snipers who take people out 2 miles away. You know what I mean? And they're looking through the thickest part of the atmosphere, and yet they can hit someone from 2 miles away with a sniper rifle. It's a telescope. That's all they're using. You know what I mean? It's a telescope on top of the rifle. And they can see through all that thick atmosphere. They can judge the wind, the heat, and they can hit someone. You know what I mean? A person, a tiny little person 2 miles away. That is ridiculous to say that, we can't look through the atmosphere. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, of course we can see through the lower levels of the atmosphere, and our vision is not limited by the air. Our vision is limited by the distance.
Is what we see
I'm not going to play the game saying, oh, well, what about fog? All right, I'm talking clear air. You can see the horizon easily on clear air, and it's not limited by the fact that you can't see through the air that far.
Well, the longest...
Is what we see reality?
Well, let me tell you about reality, Brian, and I'm going to explain here, right? A Canadian broke the longest kill shot from a sniper, and he broke it in a country that's very, very hot. That means there's going to be lots of aberration in the air, and he shot someone over 2 miles, right? Now, using a gun with a scope, I don't know if any of you hunt. I was in the boys' army and I used scopes and stuff. Wasn't a great sniper, but yeah, I understand what you're trying to do. And this guy, he broke the British world record of a kill over distance, and he did it in a hot desert climate. You know what I mean? I think it was Afghanistan. 2 miles in Afghanistan summer, shot a guy. What size is the man going to look like to your eyes 2 miles away, and then look at it through a telescope?
Afghanistan is not hot.
We got a super chat. The cows are mooing. I am happy. That was exciting because Leo just blessed us with another big $20 super chat. Leo, boom. You're a superstar, brother. Thank you so much for the 20. And Leo says, Jose, this super chat is not for Roxanne. The proceeds of this super chat go to Puchitrons. Shout out to Puchitrons. Shout out to the Stingray, whatever you are, sir. Shout out. You have just helped me make another $20 via Puchitrons. Leo, thank you, brother. I appreciate your support. Boom.
Yeah, shout out to Leo, man.
to-
I appreciate it, Leo. Yeah.
I want to answer Brian. No. What we see is not reality. Do not ever believe what you see when you're behind the wheel. Close your eyes and go with the feeling.
Use your senses, man.
Yeah, I mean, make clicking sounds, and maybe you'll hear them coming back like a bat or something.
That's hilarious.
Well, if I could help out with one thing, we talked a little bit a while ago about making silly claims that aren't very well researched. That example of saying, well, you can't see through the lower part of the atmosphere is an example of such a silly claim. And that can be blown out of the water simply by saying, well, we can see the moon on the horizon.
Can I suggest that you only see through your windshield in the direction it's designed to be looked through, because it's a thinner portion of it compared to looking through the thickness of your windshield.
It doesn't matter, Dan.
Something. Look at a lens. Look at glasses that you wear. Imagine turning them sideways and looking through the very same lens from a lengthy position that it didn't belong. Now, just imagine what you're saying. That it should be the same. It should be the same. You're saying it should be totally the same. You're full of shit. You're telling me it should be the same.
And I can look through the side of the plane of window, and if I see light through it, I can obviously see through it.
Mm-hmm. So when you flip,
how much of the atmosphere would you?
When you take your window out
Dan,
of the bedroom and you look through it flat ways, you take it out and you look through the end and you get all this sort of mirror thing and refraction, all this shit. But can you see through it the other way? No. It's the same reason for an atmosphere. It's the same reason. I'm not going to argue this anymore. I'm just going to tell you. They're not the same. You're a scientifically interested human being who's telling me that your glasses on your face are going to work the same if I turn them sideways. So pop your glasses out, turn them sideways, and tell me how good they work.
Coming in hot, man.
If he's done, I'll address that. Here's the bottom line, Dan. The problem that you run into is that you think the world operates the way you feel that you understand it operating. Your understanding is wrong, because by definition, you have to be wrong, because I can see the moon on the horizon. I've already invalidated your entire point. Don't keep trying to make it. It's just not helping you.
Okay, I'm wrong. You can turn your glasses sideways.
You have
no problem. You're right.
Dan, do you have any idea how much air is between you and the moon when it's on the horizon?
I'm just telling you what I'm telling you.
I'm asking you, do you have any idea?
A lens designed to be looked through one way to work the other way.
Do you have any idea how much
You guys
air
just
is
don't address
between?
it. You're like, no, you just can't say I'm right. Of course.
The atmosphere is not designed to be looked through one way.
Oh, okay. But the fact is, it is, because you're asking me to look through the thin part and comparing it to the thick part, aren't you?
I'm looking through the thick part of the moon.
Okay.
You're being obtuse, Dan. I'm looking.
You're asking me to look down the width. You're asking me to look down the width.
All right, you're just repeating yourself, Dan. I said you're looking through the thick part of the atmosphere to the moon on the horizon. You can see it. Your point is invalidated.
I've already blown, Paul. I've already blown it. Talk in the chat. I can't talk to you on this. And a simple point. You're expecting things to work through the thinness as the same as the thickness.
Dan, that moon is
Go swim in
talking.
the shallow end, everyone. Go
Then
swim
we
in the
heard you.
shallow
You
end.
repeated
Keep
yourself like
swimming.
500 times.
Keep swimming
The
in the
moon
shallow
is on the horizon. It's as low as it can be. Do you know through how much air you look at it?
You're pretending to swim. You're in the shallow end.
I not
Little
pretend to
blow-up things on
swim.
your
I'm
arm.
telling you, the moon
You
is
all
on the
got little
horizon. You can
blow-up
see
things
it.
on your arms. What are those
Your
little
honor.
floaties called? Those are little floaties.
Can you address what I say then, and not keep going to your head at that moment? Is it possible to have conversation with you and you talk about what I'm talking, not what
we
you're
talked
thinking
about
I'm talking?
earlier is the news being full of shit, and it's your little floaties, so you can swim in the shallow end with your little floaty medias on and believe whatever they say. Go for it.
What's going on?
Yeah, you believe the media. You believe the media.
Hold on,
Not
guys.
us.
I gotta tell Ertis Live that his microphone is not the greatest. That's why you might feel like people talking over you, man.
I think he has noise canceling. So every time someone says anything, it just cancels his out.
Yeah. Sound is awful. Maybe you're using the crappy Bluetooth that you use sometimes. Or maybe a potato today. Who knows?
Well,
Shout
what
out to
kind of-
Lael. Lael gave us another $5 super chat. Lael says, then ophthalmologists not understanding refractive indexes, glasses would never work. So ophthalmologists are experts on refractive indexes, or glasses will never work. Your thoughts on that? Shout out to Leo.
Can you?
Oh no, that's bad,
We
Beeble.
can't hear you.
Yeah, robotic sounds.
Yeah, it always amazes me that people like, oh, a certain the flat earther knows a lot about optics, wear glasses all the time, but think that ophthalmologists and optometrists don't know anything about refraction. And that's basically how glasses work.
Is this better?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So Dan, quick, I got a question for Dan. Two questions actually. If I have a glass bottle and I compress the air in that glass bottle, does the air inside does it get opaque, or can I still see through it?
You're talking about working in a vacuum? I've never worked in a vacuum.
No,
Not
I
talking
said
about
vacuum.
vacuum.
I said compress. I said if I compress the air in there, does it make it hard to see through the bottle?
No.
And also, my next question is,
Oh, wait.
how much of the atmosphere would I have to compress? Hold on.
Are you trying to trick
I
me?
have two
Because
questions,
under pressure, it'll turn to liquid. So are you trying to trick me?
No.
There's no trick. It's just trying to understand.
Well, under pressure, it will turn to liquid.
Well, it depends on how much
Depends on
pressure. He's not
temperature.
talking about that. He's talking about just putting some pressure in there.
Yeah, Ertis Live and then have it.
The temperature.
If I just all I'm doing is compressing a compressed tube of air, glass. If I
Okay,
will,
so
will that make
you've
it?
now
Will
shown
that
me-
make it so I can't see through it?
Well, what you've shown me now is a container that appears empty to me, but it's obviously got some not only the weight of normal air, but you've added the weight in it by compressing air. So there's going to be some mass in there of some gases that I can't see.
Okay.
Because they're the kind of gases. you
No.
don't see.
Will that make it hard?
You broke the last sentence. Go ahead again.
Will the compressed air inside the glass bottle make it hard for me to see through it?
You know the answer to that is no.
Is that a no, right? Okay. So now, if I take atmosphere, how much atmosphere will it take for me to compress and make it hard for me to see through it?
Well, let's throw in some dirt, some moisture, and weather. Okay. Can you do that for me?
Sure.
Fog.
Yeah, that's particles in the air. Of course, we understand.
And I want
We're
you to
talking
make
about
your
just the air.
container. I want you to make your container 100 miles long, filled with dirt, moisture, and solid cloud, solid weather. So you made me wait. Let's see it together. You've made me 100-mile-long jar, and you filled it with the same kind of debris that I
Yes,
gotta
dirt,
look through.
dirt, water.
Am I right?
Yes, Dan.
Okay,
Yes,
I'm
Dan.
right.
Water, air. Got it. Okay. But
So
I
it's
think someone
full of
already answered
debris.
that.
It's full of
You
debris.
asked me a
It's really
question,
long.
dude. You asked me a question. Can I answer the
Let's
question?
just see if we're together. It's full of debris and it's really long.
Yes, water and dirt. Yeah, in the air. Got it.
Okay, you want to know why I
Got
can't
it.
look
Okay.
good? You
Are
really
you
want to
gonna
know?
cut me off when I try and answer?
I just want.
Are you
You
gonna cut me
really
off when I
want to
try
know
and
why
answer?
I
Water
can't
man.
see her?
Curtis Live is gonna answer. Go ahead, Curtis.
I think someone already answered this by saying you can see the moon on the horizon.
That answers why you think I should be able to see through a jar 100 miles long.
How far is the moon?
238,000 miles away.
1,000 miles, exactly. So obviously I can see that far, right, through the atmosphere, right? Through the
thinnest possible point.
Not when it's on the
Idiot, it's on
horizon.
the horizon.
Now when it's on the horizon, no.
It's not any greater distance when it's on the horizon, or
No, it's through the
Oh
thickest
my goodness.
layer.
Through the thickest part of the horizon. So it's on the horizon.
Or maybe it ain't 200
Well, that's why. I mean,
miles away.
clearly,
Look at that.
clearly, it appears magnified at that point. So there's some lensing
No,
going
it's
on
not.
that
It's
I'm
not
not here.
magnified.
I'm not
That's
here
not what we
to
asked.
explain. I'm not here to explain that.
So why
because
don't we
weren't
see?
talk-
Why don't we
because
see
we
the
were not
city
talking about the
magnified?
moon. Hang on. We were not talking about the moon. We're talking about
Talk
looking.
about lights.
Talking about
Yeah,
looking.
we're talking about seeing through the atmosphere, right?
Exactly. So you want to know why I can't see through a bunch of debris? It's not like looking thinly.
But you do see
through
through
the
it.
4-inch jar.
But
I'm looking down
you
the
can see
100
through it.
mile. I'm looking down the 100-mile version of it, not the 4-inch part of the jar. Do
You look
get
through the
But you-
260,000 miles version
I
of it,
shut
and you
up?
still see.
If you guys learn to say, "Yeah, you're right," I'd shut up.
No,
No, you're
then you
not
need
right.
to listen. We look
not
at
right.
the moon at the horizon. That's as low as it gets, and it go all the way through the thickest layer.
We
There's
weren't
no
talking
thickest
about the
layer
horizon.
than
We were
that.
talking about a jar.
Here's another
You had me
question.
talking about.
No, forget about the jar now.
Hey, no shit. No shit. Let's
Hold
forget
on.
about.
Am I looking?
Right.
Am I looking through more atmosphere if I look straight up at the moon, or if I look at the moon on the horizon?
Your point.
Which way is
junk.
thicker?
Let the other guy talk. Your point is junk. Okay,
Simple,
already established.
simple question.
4
If
inches.
I'm looking
Is
straight
4
up,
inches different than
Yeah,
100
if I'm-
miles? Is 4 inches different than 100 miles? Right. So looking through the jar in a different direction is that much different. Sorry. Next.
Dan, if I look straight up, am I looking through more atmosphere than if I'm looking at the moon through the horizon?
You're obviously looking at the thinnest point, right? Obviously.
What's deeper? If I look straight up or if I look straight out at the horizon? Which one am I looking through more atmosphere?
You want me to address the moon on the horizon as being of the same effect, but in fact, you're asking me to look at an elevated.
In which situation?
Hang on. You're asking me to look at an elevated lit object, and I don't work at those. I don't have an elevated lit object when I do field experiments. So what you're asking me to do is, why can't I see a lit object in the sky? Well, I could. So don't confuse your moon. Don't confuse your moon on the horizon, which, by the way, whether you're talking about a rise or a set, I promise you is further than 10 miles away from you. So I just want you to know,
we know that.
Your rise, your moon rise,
we know that.
Okay. Is ridiculous proof of everything I said.
All right. In which situation am I looking through more atmosphere? If I look straight up, or if I look at the moon on the horizon?
Nobody was asking about the moon. You were using a moon as an example as to why I could see 238 miles and 1,000 miles in one direction and not 250 in the other.
Answer the question that has been asked.
Was
Answer the question you want to
question
answer.
was, why can I see one direction?
Then no, that's the question you decided to answer.
Fool. fool.
Easy.
You're not letting me ask the question.
Why I can talk over him if you talk over
Well, the
Vibo?
question was intelligent by Bob. The intelligent question was, why can't I see the same horizontally as vertically? That's the question.
No, he didn't ask that. That's what you want to answer
The moon
then.
is an example.
No,
This
he
is what we're
asked.
talking
He
about.
asked, why
Is the
can't you
moon
see
further
the
away?
city?
He's here.
He
Let him
asked,
speak.
why
We
can
know
I
the
heard
question.
Dr. Bob?
We
I
know the
did
question.
hear him.
Is why
Come on,
can't
guys.
I see horizontally as well as
Then
vertically?
if
That's
you
the
don't let me talk, I won't let you talk.
Shaik, go ahead, and then I got a comment after Shaik. Go ahead.
Dr. Bob asked, why can I see the moon on the horizon and the city that is on the horizon and even closer, I cannot see. That's what he asked.
All right, let me comment. I got a quick comment, and it's via a PayPal comment because we got another 577. That's the third one from Thurs today, giving me money. I appreciate it, Thurs, man. Appreciate your support always. And there's a note. It says, if Dan will just say, okay, I'm wrong, then we could move the fuck on. Shout out to Thurs. Dan, are you ready to say, okay, I'm wrong?
Jose, I'm fucking money. I am fucking money, aren't I? I'm fucking guaranteed fucking money. This is funny.
Yeah, but you see, he can't say
wait,
that.
Wait. Who's going to start the, whatchamacallit, with the fantasy league for Flat Earth? That'd be fun. We could have a fantasy
That's
league.
on you. We know.
And have you ever said that you were wrong about something when it came to flat Earth?
Absolutely. I was trying to tell you that I've been corrected on rocket thrust.
Okay, so that's an example. You understand that rockets can work in space?
I'm also exploring the idea that radiation converts to heat when it gets here, and that there may be no heat in space from the sun. I'm trying to learn. Trust me.
Okay, fair enough. That's fair. So what I'm showing you is that if you look at a horizon and you have a moon on the horizon and you have a city between you and the moon, there's no reason that you shouldn't be able to see the city if you could see the moon. It's as simple as that. It's a simple concept, Dan.
If we move to an area where the moon is rising on a flat surface, like let's say water, we could do that. Otherwise, you're going to need a vast desert. You're going to need some sort of area to get the moon not coming over mountains. You realize?
All right, and you understand that photo, that map that I showed you, is water. That's Lake Michigan.
Oh.
And I can see the moon.
Why, is the moon on Lake Michigan? Am I missing something? Because you're talking about two things.
Yeah.
You're talking about two things. You got to focus.
It easily can be.
Focus for me.
Bottom line is, I can see the moon on the horizon, and I can see the moon on the horizon from the shore of the ocean, for example.
Oh, great example. Okay, so you're saying we got the moon behind the city in the distance, is what you're saying. Now explain how that's possible when your horizon should be 7 miles away. Explain that.
Easily.
Refraction?
The horizon, which is 7 miles away, is halfway up the moon because the moon is starting to set below our 7 mile horizon or our 3 mile horizon.
But the city is further away than that. The city's further away than that. And you're going to claim that I'm only seeing you're going to claim, wait, you're going to claim I'm only seeing the top of the buildings, when in fact I'm seeing the majority. Seeing the majority of the buildings. You know what the word majority means in this case? You know what the word majority means in this case?
No, you're not seeing any of the buildings.
Oh, okay. Well, we're talking about
any of the buildings from northern Lake Michigan.
We're talking about Josh.
All right, come on, man. Come on.
Josh
Dan.
What? We're talking
now,
about Josh.
What I said was you can't see Chicago from the northern end of Lake Michigan. That's 250 miles. You can see the very top of the buildings of Chicago 60 miles away from the top of Warren Dunes at 180 feet. You cannot see them from the shore.
We're talking about Josh in particular because Josh's shot was lied about on the news. In other words, is the Novicki shot a mirage? You tell me.
I think it is, but
they claim it's a mirage, but mirages don't work that way. You know that.
Yeah, actually they do. But in any event,
what type? There's several types of mirages.
Okay, all right.
Tell me what type.
Hold on, Dan. Games with you.
Dan, tell me. Stop, man.
Science guy, tell me.
You gotta stop, dude.
Morgana. That's what it is. Now, the reason that it was on the news is that it was an extremely rare occasion. And it was something that's weird. They had another shot where they had a Fata Morgana, then you could see just the very tips of the lights of Milwaukee across the lake as well. You know, these are rare things. Now, I've got friends of mine that ran boats on the Great Lakes, and there are times that from the Straits of Mackinac, from the bridge of a ship, you can see the tip of the thumb. It's very rare and under very specific conditions in the spring, where you have a very calm day, cold water, and warm air. You get abnormal refraction. But that's not the normal state of affairs. There's no reason that you shouldn't be able to see Chicago from northern Lake Michigan on a flat Earth. None.
I want to give a big shout out to Tommy Grunwald, because earlier in the show, the first hour, I was like, damn, I'm going to have to give me some Tylenol today to the headache. And Tommy Grunwald just gave me $10 on PayPal for the Tylenol fund. Tommy, you're the man. Thank you, brother. You got a great memory. I got a pea-sized memory. I appreciate that, brother.
Don't take that much Tylenol.
No, I won't. I'll take 2 every month at least.
Okay.
I don't need them today. Yeah, I don't do a lot of that. All right, I gotta check on what's cooking over here in my end. I'll be back shortly. You guys can continue here. I'll stay longer. It's been a fun show today. Why not?
Well, shouldn't I also be able to see the Rocky Mountains from like Kansas City and maybe even Chicago if the Earth was flat?
No hills between them. And when you do see the Rocky Mountains, you see the top of them first.
Of course, nothing in the Josh Novicki shot, nothing in that Chicago image. I mean, whatsoever. I mean, I'm not sure. You know, there's no Fata Morgana in that. If you look at Fata Morgana,
it's all. Well, why don't you see it every day? You should be able to. You should be able to see that. You should be from those dunes. You should be able to see Chicago every damn day if the Earth was flat. Why is it only on certain days in the spring?
Because it's only a clear day. You're
no, that's not true. It's clear day. There are clear days lots of times. It has nothing to do with the air the clearness
well,
of the
guess
air.
what? Most of the clear days you're talking about are hot, sunny days, and the temperature inversion off the water prevents it. It's a simple thing.
It's the other way around.
Gather that, right?
It doesn't make me full of. The temperature inversion is what causes it.
Is there anyone in your panel that could say you're right so we can move on? Is there anyone that knows how to move on instead of spouting garbage?
The temperature inversion causes
I've had
the
answers
illusion.
for everything.
Yeah, I know, and the fake
you know
answers.
What? Wait. Then you know what? You're right.
What?
Let's move on.
Thank you.
You know, you have false answers
Anything
for
you
everything.
say
I
now,
understand.
I'll say you're right. That's how you will find the truth about the world. Everything you say, I'll say you're right.
You're
how you will find the truth about the earth.
You see, that's the problem with living in a cult. You expect everyone to say, "Oh yes, Dan, you're always right." See, this isn't a cult, though. If you're wrong, you're going to get told you're wrong.
And the sheep say, "Nah."
Yeah, that's right. That's what the sheep and the flat Earth do.
Jose doesn't want you guys slandering each other. Remember.
5 miles away from it at all. Most days I can see them pretty good.
What you got to say, Gary?
Oh, why banga? Why don't you look at cows and be quiet about the Earth?
No shit, that guy's.
Why can't I see those hills? I mean, normal days I can see them very clearly. I can't even see them today. I can't see the Sierra Nevada to my east today either.
You live in California. What do you expect?
How many days?
There's air conditions, aren't there? There's times where air is more clear. There's times where the conditions of the lighting are more capable of showing you what you can see. There's more clarity with the reflection and stuff.
Well, if you can see the moon,
you guys act like it doesn't exist, like fog.
If you can see the moon, you can see the mountains. Simple as that.
The moon is way higher than this, obviously.
No, and not when it's on the not when it's on the horizon.
There it is. It's just much further away in your field of view, which is limited.
When it's on the horizon, it is
It's not on the horizon. If you go up higher, the horizon moves out further, doesn't it?
Excuse me, it's not on the
that horizon. Which horizon was it on?
Excuse me, it's not on the horizon.
Mike is kind of
If you go up higher, let's say it's right on the horizon, touching the horizon. Now you go up higher and shoot up 10,000 feet. Is it on the horizon still?
Yeah, no, it's not.
Still?
Is it, or
no,
you tell me?
You widen your angle over the
no, because we went up and we're seeing further. Thank you for the glow proof, Gary.
Your microphone is not good, Gary.
Gary, thank you for the glow proof. That
Gary,
is
you know
Gary
what?
just
Hold on, guys. I gotta tell Gary this. No, Gary, your microphone is really not good today, and it sounds like distortion because you're saying something, and when somebody's attempting to answer you, they talk. You know, they're talking, and you interrupt, and this interruption is making it sound like just noise. We don't understand what you're saying when somebody else is talking. So when you say your point, please. Can you allow the others to finish so you can say again because we're not hearing you. It's noise only because of the microphone you're using today. Please.
Yeah, the fact you can see further from higher is a proof of the globe, whether you wanted it or not.
It's actually the way globes work.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, and on flat Earth, you shouldn't need to go higher to see further. You should just need a more powerful telescope. And then
As
you
long-
would see further, you know what I mean? And you would see the bottom of buildings. There wouldn't be a bulge or anything
As long as
in
you
your
are
way.
higher than the highest elevation between you and the object you're looking at, you'll see it on a flat Earth. Simple as that. And there's no time on a flat Earth that an object that is above you will ever appear to be below you.
Yeah.
Well, no, it squeezes down because the hallway and smushes and the cram the stuff in
So
you.
what you just said, Bob, is if you have an angle over things, you can see further on the distance on the surface, right?
Don't forget the ceiling.
The angle between the
Yeah.
object and the
You know
surface.
that works perfectly well on a flat plane, right?
The angle between the surface and the object has no bearing whatsoever on whether you
No,
can see
it's
it.
the angle over the things in front of you, between you and them. If you got things higher than you see less, right? I can't see the little town of down the road about 10 miles from us at night. But
why I
sometimes
said
I can,
very
on a clear
specifically,
night,
Gary.
sometimes I can see the glow of lights. But I can't see the town because I have orchards and everything, and buildings and everything else in between me and there.
Okay, Gary, I
Bob.
very
But if I
clearly
get a higher angle, I can see it.
Jose.
No, but hold on. This is rubbish, right? If you're in an airplane and another airplane is in front of you, flying away from you, nothing disappears from the bottom or the top or the sides up. The plane gets small and small and disappears. You can chase it, get faster, or you can use the telescope to watch that airplane, and you can bring it back into focus and nothing disappears. Why is it only buildings that disappear when you look at them through a telescope? What's going on there?
Because it's your field of view related to the observer. And airplanes literally will disappear in midair without any ground.
You've got a telescope in your airplane, you know what I mean? You can focus on an airplane in front of you, and it can be 1,000 miles away, and you can bring it back into focus, the whole airplane. But
You're not going to resolve a plane 1,000 miles away from you. That's ridiculous. You're not going to resolve an airplane 1,000 miles away. That's just silly. And the fact is, you can use a telescope and track the plane, but the plane will still disappear from the telescope.
When there's nothing to hide the airplane, you can bring it back into focus, but you can't do it with buildings and stuff on the earth because,
Gary,
if you raise your angle to the surface,
Gary, stop
you increase your field of view. Shut up, Bob.
I said, as long as you are higher than the highest object between you and the target, you should see it on a flat Earth. Pure and simple.
That's what I said. That's exactly what I said.
Well, then we agree.
Yes, because you increase your angle over things, so you can see further across the plane. Yes, it works perfect over a flat surface.
Lemon optics is just. I know you're a believer.
For you to say that it doesn't only works on a ball is an absolute ridiculous statement.
Nope, it only works on a ball.
I know people. I know people that I talk to about this kind of stuff in my personal life that I actually face to face, and they were saying the same thing. No, they're globe believers, but that's
they're idiots.
That's the same thing. If you go higher, obviously you see further, even on a flat surface.
No, you shouldn't though.
Come on. You're an idiot if you don't think so.
You shouldn't though. There's no reason. There's no reason you should see further higher.
To the surface.
No, that's lemon optics.
You guys aren't getting anywhere.
You extend the horizon to a much further distance. You give depth and distance to your field of view.
You shouldn't though. Stop. That's lemon optics. Stop.
Yes, you should. That works. That's exactly what you would expect.
No, it's
on
not.
any surface. Yes,
no.
Flat or curved.
No, if
yes.
Please mute and let people talk.
We got some.
That's where your angle becomes too narrow in the distance. You can no longer resolve detail at the surface. And then guess what the next
Nobody
portion
care about
is?
the surface.
Wait a minute, hold on. So you,
and then the
you
next
go,
portion, as it moves further, there's just parts that won't fit into your field of view.
Oh, that's lemon optics. Stop. So let's see. You go higher.
No, Lemon's right.
No,
Lemon
he's not.
knows what he's talking about. Yes,
no,
he is
he
right.
doesn't. No,
Oh,
he
I know.
doesn't.
Yeah, I know you don't think so. That's cute.
No, I don't think so. I
That's
know
cute.
so.
I know that's cute. No, you don't know.
He knows nothing about optics.
You two need to bring
Okay, so
some
but you go
data.
on the road, go on a road, look at the yellow line and the divider, the divider line between the lanes. How far down the road can you see the lines as separate lines?
Well, you're on
That one is perspective, but when the sun's going down.
The other one isn't. Nothing else is. Only that.
No,
So you're an idiot. You're
no, see, the problem is
it's because your angle is too narrow, so you can no longer resolve separate lines after a certain distance.
Hold on a second. So I'm going to go. So I go up 100 feet. Is that going to increase my distance down the road? Am I going to be able to see the lines further down the road?
If you go up higher, you can see lines further down the road. Yes, individual
No,
lines.
I won't. No, because when you go higher,
will.
When you go higher, you're actually going to increase your distance there, and you're to the road.
But you're going to have an angle to the surface, which allows you to see more individual lines.
No, you're further over the curve.
You know I'm right. Bob knows. He's there. He knows I'm right.
Bob knows.
Yeah, Bob knows I'm. No, come on now. I have videos showing this stuff.
Yeah, because it's a globe, exactly.
No, it's because I set my camera on the ground and lifted it up. Whoop, whoop. You can see more detail at the surface. How about that?
You still haven't answered my question. 2 planes at 50,000 feet. One of them is 15 miles away. Why doesn't the bottom disappear?
Bottom of what?
The bottom of the plane in front of the plane behind it. No,
if you're behind the plane, you can't even see the bottom of the plane.
2 planes at 5,000 feet. 10 miles between them, you know what I mean? And I've got binoculars, and I'm looking at the plane in front. Why doesn't it disappear from the bottom up?
Actually, an airplane will disappear bottom first if it's flying directly away from you. Yes, it will.
No, not.
If it flies over your head and it's flying close to the ground,
2 planes at 5,000 feet. Come on.
Because the bottom will become foreshortened, just like looking up at a building. It's the same thing.
No, you know nothing about vision.
5,000 feet.
With angles to surfaces, if the plane flies away, the bottom becomes less and less visible, and all you'll see is the tail end of the tail. That'll be the last thing you see.
You really should stick with cows because you know nothing about vision.
No, it's the same way with vision. You just can literally draw the angles on paper and see how it works.
I've seen your rubber
do anything
band.
sophisticated.
I've seen your rubber.
They show exactly how angles work.
No, the angles work, yes, but they show nothing about
vision. How come you haven't made this drawing for Tommy? He's been waiting for a long time.
Tommy's saying I put his thing in the title of another video that had to do with Ranty's thing because it's the same exact thing.
So make that drawing for Tommy then.
There's a drawing in there already. It's for Ranty's Blackpool Tower example, but it fits Tommy's thing exactly the same way.
Gary, you could be a Top Gun instructor.
Tommy got it. Tommy knows it. Tommy won't debate me anymore because his own little model that he had proved what I said, that bottoms of ships will become unresolved before tops.
No, they won't. Not on the flat Earth.
His own model. Tommy did it in his own model.
On the flat Earth, the ship should not disappear bottom first. Sorry, no matter how you say it.
Because it's going into the wedge of that optical limit at center frame as it moves away.
So wait, hold on. So the top of the ship is closer than the bottom of the ship?
No, the bottom of the ship is touching the surface, idiot. And so if it's touching the surface and you lose detail at the surface, guess where in the first place you're going to not see on the ship? The bottom foot, then the next foot, and then the next foot. It's just nowhere to put the imagery. There's no pixel space left for it.
That's not how vision works.
It's all squished and
That's not how vision. Squish. No, now we're getting into the squish. You're in. Okay, thank you, Lemon. Lemon 2. From now on,
yes, Lemon moves away from you towards center frame. Everything that moves directly away from you will compress towards center frame.
Lemon Wybanga.
Hey,
you
can hear me?
You gotta start monitoring. Yeah, we can hear you.
Guys,
I have all kinds of videos.
Do you not
Who's
hear
she?
me? What do you mean, who's she?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you, Anna.
Thanks. You gotta stop talking at the same time. Your mic sucks. We can barely hear what you're saying to begin with.
The problem is he doesn't.
Well, everybody seems to be hearing me.
Yeah, because you don't shut up.
I know you can hear me.
Yeah, because you don't shut up.
Monologue.
She's just repeating earlier. I changed Bluetooth so you can hear me better, right?
A little bit, but it still sucks.
Okay, well, I've had the new ones on for quite a while.
You talk at the same time as someone.
Okay, well, I have 5 people talking at the same time I'm trying to talk, so it's going to get a little complicated once in a while. Just deal with it.
So here's what you do, Gary. You say what you got to say, right? Then you stop talking, and then you allow the other person to speak. And then when they're done, they'll allow you to speak. No, you don't. You don't just jump in whenever you want. You don't.
They all interrupt, just like you do.
You don't. You don't just jump.
Thank you.
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Everybody,
You
settle
don't
down.
just jump. You don't
That
just
was-
jump in whenever you want, Gary, in the middle of someone's sentence.
It's
Wait till
not
they're
there
finished.
anymore. He's not there anymore. That was the perfect example.
He just, oh my goodness, he just can't handle being in a crowd of people.
Thank you very much, Hannah, for your compliment on the chat. On YouTube. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Guys, you're all big people, right? Learn how to share in kindergarten.
Well, yeah. The problem is, like, when you talk to Gary and he says something, he'll either ask you a question or make a statement. He'll just.
Thank you very much, Hannah, for your compliment on the chat. On YouTube. Thank you very much.
Is somebody playing YouTube in the background? Stop talking, and then you allow
Lewis.
You've got your YouTube growing
Who's
back.
playing YouTube in the background?
Somebody's hot making.
Lewis, there he goes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can we get back to some semblance of normalcy here?
Oh, I'd love that, but to be honest with you, tonight's show has been absolutely hilarious, and I've loved it.
Okay, Gary's back. I'm going to unmute you, Gary. Now take turns. Come on.
Yeah, when you server mute me, I'm just going to hang up, and I'll come back after a few minutes. I'm not going to listen to your bullshit while I get server muted.
It's not bullshit.
No.
You're acting
That
like a
is
child.
bullshit. These guys all do the same thing and talk over me just like I talk over them.
And I've talked to
But
them
nobody
as well.
of them gets server muted, just me.
Still doing it.
He stopped when I asked him to stop. You're the only one that didn't. So now just come on, grow up.
Yeah, we're trying to take turns. Sorry, but I'm just trying to say we're trying to take turns, and then people like Gary and Dan and I'm sorry to see Wannenberg go and Brian, because I was looking forward to having them have a conversation with each other and see how much they agree with each other. I would have loved to have seen that.
It's very simple, Gary. You say what you got to say, right, and then you wait till they're done. You don't have to jump right in when like towards the end of their sentence.
Okay, I'm done with your lectures. Now you can calm down, B-ball. You're
Now
not
we
teaching
can
me
hear you.
anything. You should listen to your own advice.
Okay, now questions, answers. Come on.
What's the question?
Yeah, how are you today, Gary?
I'm fine. I'm having a good day. Everything's been smooth. Almost done. And it's my biggest day every week on Thursday. What's the question?
I think someone was asking about some actual data.
How come you're still stuck on looking at the horizon and flat surfaces, Gary?
Because that's where he's got the most amount of wiggle
No,
room.
it just shows. No, there's no wiggle room there. It just shows that your whole curve is just imaginary. It's all a matter of your field of view and compressed perspective.
Oh my God,
That's
you don't
simple.
know.
That's simple.
Have you ever studied? I'm sorry, Hannah, I'll mute. Have you ever studied anything about optics? It's all about math.
Yeah, I have a whole bunch of articles from science groups that I have read. Yes, I have them saved on my phone. And they say a lot of stuff that you guys deny, but they say themselves. They're all exploring a lot of the things I'm actually saying. How angles affect how we see things and how we measure and all that kind of stuff, and things they just didn't account for before.
You may have read them, but did you understand any of them?
I understood enough of it, yes. Did I understand every single thing? No.
All right, then, Gary, can an object that is above you ever appear to be below you?
It won't.
Okay. So when the sun or the moon is halfway down on the horizon, by definition, that can't happen.
No, that's your definition, Bob. My definition is this way up above,
no, you just admitted,
too far into your field of view.
Gary, you just admitted. Gary, you just admitted that under perspective, at no time can an object that is above you appear to be below you. You've already admitted
No,
that.
it's not.
Together.
You see it. You don't see it below you. You just see it compressing into your center frame of your field of view. That's what you see.
Oh my God! But you just
That's
said
why
that,
the sun.
you
That's why the
just
sun
said
and
that
the
it
moon
won't
both
happen.
start
Does it?
shrinking vertically, Bob.
It doesn't
And you and
shrink
Wolfie even
vertically.
admitted it does. The sun and the moon both shrink vertically when they near the horizon. Why is that,
Gary,
Bob?
it's
From
a
the
simple
bottom to the
answer.
top, they don't shrink according to the laws of perspective.
I don't care.
The laws of perspective, things far away don't change much in the first place. The
Well,
sun
the
is
sun
at least
stays the same
4,000
size the whole
miles
fucking
above
day.
the surface. See, now
There we
look
go
at everybody's
again.
interrupting me when I give the answer, but
Yeah.
nobody's said
And this is
anything to them
exactly what you
interrupting
were
me.
talking about. I hope you're taking notes.
Boom.
Gary,
I know
Gary,
exactly what I'm talking about.
the question is, would you look down to things that are above you? And I don't care if it's because whatever compression, would you look down at them or would you not?
No, you're looking straight across.
Well,
They'll
here I
meet
have a
at your eye,
picture that
meeting,
disagree.
they're compressing into your eye level. You didn't okay. You wanted me to answer it, but then you just cut it off. See this? I'm telling you guys.
Well,
You
I
guys do
had
the
you
same
answer,
shit.
and I don't care.
No, I
All
wasn't
you have to
finished, and
do
you just
is yes
decided
or
you wanted to
no.
keep on going.
Yes,
See, that's
all
why
you
I
have
say
to
it's
do,
not fair, and I'll keep talking
because
over
I
people if
come
you guys
with
don't do
facts.
it the same thing to
All
them.
right, we got
Guys,
to stop doing this.
guys, hold on. Guys,
this,
hold
guys.
on. Just let him finish what he has to say, and then when he's done, go ahead, please. Go ahead, Gary.
Well, I guess it's my turn, unless he want to just wait for somebody to talk, so interrupt. We got super chat. We got the super chat while I was out. Dude, that pork is great. I did have. I mean, dude, she's so good. We got the super chat. First one by Kango44 in the house with the 5 New Zealands. Says, Gary, why don't planes disappear from bottom up as they fly away from an observer?
They do.
They do disappear from the bottom up as they...
Absolutely. If a plane flies over your head, you can see the whole bottom. As a plane keeps flying away, staying on that straight path, flying away from you, your angle becomes more acute to the bottom. When it's right overhead, you got basically a 90-degree angle to the surface, right? Straight on, then a little bit less angle up to the ends of it. But as it flies away, that angle becomes more and more foreshortened, and the first thing you can't see is the bottom. You can still see the top of the plane. You can still see the tail end. Can't see the bottom anymore.
Did you threaten to rage or sulk quit again? That's typical. Shout out to Truth Nurse for €2 super chat.
No, not rage quit. It's just that if you're gonna funny mute or server mute me, I'm just gonna hang up and come back in a few minutes. I'm not gonna have to be muted and have to listen to somebody else's bullshit. I'll just wait a few minutes.
But what
and
if
come
the
back.
other person was just engaging with you the back and forward, and you just wanted the forward? You just wanted the forward, which is you talking, and you didn't want to hear the back. That's why, you know.
Okay, well, they were all talking over me. They were interrupting me. You heard it. You could just play back your
Okay,
show and
Ask
listen.
them
It
to stop
goes
as
both
well.
ways, but I'm the only one who gets the accusations.
We're doing good now. We can move on. You know, you just move on.
Gary,
forward.
you interrupted Saiki the moment you realized he was about to bring a point that would make you uncomfortable, and you know that.
No, what was it going to make me uncomfortable? What was that? Nothing was making me uncomfortable.
Saiki, can you bring up your photo, please? You were about to talk about the photo that disagrees with what Gary says. Wait, he's not here anymore? Damn.
Yeah, but the thing is, a plane flies over your head, and you can see the top of the plane rather than the bottom of the plane as it disappears.
When the plane's right overhead, you can't see the top of the plane.
Gary,
only
you're
bottom.
talking over me again. I'm not even finished yet. Right? I'm just saying, it makes no sense that a plane's flying over you. You're looking up at it. You can see the bottom. It flies away from you, and the bottom disappears from before the top. It makes absolutely no sense. Even with your visual eyes, it makes no sense. I'm finished.
Just draw the angles on a paper, and you'll see it does make sense.
You can see the
It's like looking at a building and looking up at the top. The top gets foreshortened. Same thing with an airplane flying on a plane away from you, on a parallel away from your line of sight. The bottom's gonna foreshorten.
Why?
So how does a boat work?
Because of the angles. Because of angles.
Gary, if I listen to you, so I can't see the building far away from me because the bottom part is getting compressed due to
field of view.
Okay, so if I rise, let's say let's say 100 meter in elevation, I should start to see the bottom, but then the middle and then the top part of the building should be compressed. If I listen to your argumentation.
No, they're already compressed by distance, but you also have the compression of your field of view at center frame. You got two things going on there. That's what you guys are missing. Things get smaller with distance, right? The cow close is big, the cow far away is small, but you also have a field of view that you're seeing them in. And if you're low to the ground, that field of view is compressed much quicker at center frame. If you're higher up, it's further out.
The ground does not change your field of view.
Yeah, your height over the ground
doesn't change anything.
Your height over the ground does. That's why I say with elevation, you increase your angle. Your center frame is much further out in the distance.
Okay, let me know when you're done.
Yeah, if the two of you were floating like very way up, it shouldn't change anything. The ground doesn't change anything. It is the relationship.
Changes.
It should be the relationship between you and the building. The ground doesn't change
No,
anything.
your height over the ground changes your angle to the ground. The higher you are, the further the optical horizon will be off in the distance.
No, your field of view
doesn't hide the building.
Simple, everyday, ordinary perspective.
That's not how perspective works.
That's exactly how it works.
So you looking at the ground does not change your vertical field of view.
Who said it does? I said your height over the ground,
That's
idiot.
the whole argument.
How many times have I said that now? At least 20.
You keep saying your field of view and narrow angles, but when you look at the ground...
Okay, you have angles to everything in your field of view. Your field of view, though, is determined by your elevation above the surface.
No,
you have two things that play into... Yes, it is. If you're higher, you have a right... Okay, if I'm standing on the ground, I have a 45-degree angle to the ground. It's right there in front of me, right? It's right close by me.
I do know you can look down at your feet.
If I go
change that angle.
A 45-degree angle intersect the ground.
Why not?
Let us know when you're done, Gary.
Can I hear why not? Can I hear why not from Beeble? He's saying he disagrees with you, Gary. I want to hear what he has. Why does he disagree?
If I put my nose on the ground, right, and I have my eyes open, I still have a 180-degree up and down field of view. The ground doesn't change my field of view.
Your field of view in this conversation is based on looking 90 degrees from your perpendicular. We're talking about looking towards horizons. Yes. Yes. You have vanishing points all over the place. Yes. But we're talking about you're looking towards the horizon. You're 90 degrees from your perpendicular.
It's the horizon that changes how you see.
The amount of detail you see at the surface. So you guys keep interrupting. I can't get out my point. So that when you increase your height over the surface and you're looking out towards the horizon, your angle over the surface is much wider. The detail you will see much further out at the surface will increase drastically.
We don't care about the ground when we're looking at a building.
Oh my God, of course you don't care about the ground. The building is touching the ground.
This is
doesn't make any difference.
Apparently, Gary has gone to the Lemonbird School of Optics and picked up all the bullshit.
No, actually, Norman and I have been saying the same thing without even ever consulting with each other.
Well, then you're both
I've been
wrong.
saying the same thing for years. No,
Then
I'm
you're
right.
both wrong. No, you're
Okay,
not.
well, my little simple observation of going out on the road and looking at the center lines tells you you're wrong.
That's perspective, and that is
Which is exactly what I'm talking about.
So again,
if you're on the ground,
you admitted
you see less individual lines than if you're 100 feet up.
No, you'll see fewer because you'll be
Oh,
further
shit.
away.
Bullshit! You'll have a wider angle to the ground. You'll see them more. It's complete normal.
No, you won't be able. You won't be able to resolve the yellow lines further on.
Yes, you can resolve them from much further.
No, because you're further away.
It doesn't matter. You will see more lines because you got a higher angle to the ground.
You won't be able to resolve them any better.
Oh my God. Are you really that dumb?
That ground you're looking over is not perfectly flat either, is it, Gary?
It doesn't matter how flat it is.
To be able to resolve the yellow line.
They're going to have some little hills and rises, but if you go higher, you see further detail at the surface.
No, you won't see further detail. You'll see less. You'll see further. You'll see further, but you won't see any more detail.
This is so simple. Just go out on the road, put your phone on the ground towards the center line, and count how many individual lines you can see. Then raise your camera over your head, pointing down the center line, see how many individual lines you can see.
I dare you. I dare you.
Gary, I've already got videos doing that, but I dare you to go do it and show the results.
Roads are known
results here on Jose's show.
Roads are known not to be flat. You know, they have like little hills.
It doesn't matter. You can
yes,
have
it does.
Contours, mate. You know what I mean?
You go higher, you see more detail.
So wait, hold on a second. I want to get back to the. Bob asked you earlier if something above your eye line can ever go below your eye line, and you said no. Is that? Do you still hold that? So now, is the sun above at noon? Is the sun above or below your eye?
It's above.
Wait, if I climb a mountain in midsummer and I wait till sunset,
that's a simple question.
and then I use an auto level to look at the sun. Am I going to be pointing down from the top of the mountain at the sun on the horizon, or is it going to be level with me? I'm asking you that question.
Did somebody want to interpret for him? I didn't understand.
Well, let's start off with mine. Is the sun at noon above or below your eye line?
It's above.
So, now why does it ever set then?
Okay, just point at that sun with your arm.
Excuse me.
When it's overhead. Follow it. No, let me answer. Don't interrupt. Now, point at it when it's close to directly above. Obviously, by me, it's never going to be directly above me, but
okay, yeah, I got
it. We'll take solar noon, and then just sit out there and trace that sun. Just point at it, until it goes to the horizon. Where's it going to go because of the angle?
No, wait, wait, everybody. I'm doing it right now. I'm pointing at the sun, right? We're going to skip to 6 in the morning this is for the sunset. Now I'm pointing where the sun, right in the horizon. Now we're going to go to the sunrise. Now we're going to go to the sunrise. To the sunrise, I'm going to be pointing this way to the sunrise. What's the path of the sun between the sunset and the sunrise? Is it coming right above the horizon in front of me, or coming right above the horizon behind me? Because I say it's going down below and all the way around until it reaches the sunset. Where does it go if I'm pointing at the solar noon and I follow the path until the sunset? Where does the sun go from there? Tell me, Gary.
Going around the circle Earth, and it's past the limits of your field of view based on your elevation.
I don't like using my camera.
You interrupted me before I could finish my answer.
I'm doing it. I'm visualizing. You got to visualize it.
No. You interrupted. I never got to finish.
Okay, I got my camera on for you too. I'm looking at the sunset. I'm looking at the sun in the sunset right now. Now it's going above the horizon. Is it going above me or below me? Now I'm going this way above the horizon, you say, and then we got the sunrise again. And then when we hit the sunset, we go right in front of me like this. So it's going like whoop, 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 whoop. I get that, right? Fuck's sake.
Where's your again?
He left again? He left again.
Of course, he's a fucking coward.
Yeah,
God, he's a fucking coward.
In 5 minutes.
I just want to. He admits that something above your eye line can never go below your eye line, yet the sun clearly goes below your eye line.
Fucking coward, Gary. Fucking coward.
I've camped in mountains. And I've seen the sun set below me where I am on a mountain. Right? I've seen the sun below me when it sets. I've been higher than the sun, right? Because it's setting, around the curve of the earth. So if you're camping on the side of a mountain, the sun is below you when it sets. You know what I mean? It obviously is. You know what I mean? God.
Run, Gary, run. I'm about to wrap it up.
Even if you were a flat earther during the antiquity or the Middle Ages, anyone could say, like, let's say the earth is flat, anyone would say the sun goes below the earth and comes back on the other side. No one would say that the sun is staying above our head, because no one sees that. Even in some secret text, people say in those texts that the sun goes into the ocean and come back on the other side.
Right, even Apollo would take his stallions with the sun in and go park in a cave overnight.
Really?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, there was an Egyptian god that used to put the sun on I think it was a ship.
Chariot.
A chariot, and they used to take it down and then round and back up the other side, and stuff like that. It was called a rebirth and stuff like that. That's why they were a rebirth, and you could become a mummy and be born again. It's all that. Oh God.
Does that mean that we have today even worse flat earther than we had in those ages?
Much worse. I mean, this thing that the sun is circling above, it's a totally new thing.
Well, but it's only circling above. But apparently, it's now a spotlight, but it's not a spotlight because it only appears to go below the horizon. Apparently, it doesn't actually do that.
Yeah,
then we get the whole traffic. Then we get the whole. If it's over the Gleason map, we get the whole. It's got to go faster around the Tropic of Capricorn than it does around the Tropic of Cancer. But we don't see that in red.
Every time they go to this, right? They say it's circling above, but they always call this a straw man when we show them a depiction of it. But that's what it is.
Well, the depictions. I mean, our depictions got to be false because we show them to be wrong, and that can't be.
What I want to try to get to is the thing is these people think that they're the first people to be, a big gigantic, conglomerate of flat Earth people who have found the truth. The fact is, the 1800s was the first flat Earth, conspiracy sort of thing, and that was debunked by science. And the 1800s.
Well, these guys are no different. They're just stealing Robotham stuff. I mean, basically, the yoga instructor found.
Yeah, it's like believing in breathology. All you need is air and sunlight, and you don't need to eat and drink. You know what I mean? It's all bullshit. People that try it die. You know what I mean? And these flat earthers are going to go through the same, process. They believe in flat Earth. They've got all this stuff they believe in. And when you present them with evidence and, facts and that, they just say, no, I don't believe it. It's all fake. You know what I mean? Because that's all you've got when you believe a thing that's false, is your belief that you know more than other people.
All right, let's do our final shout out. It's been a fun one today. Fucking A. It's like 4 hours now. Almost 4 hours, I think.
Thank you, Jose, for tonight's show, by the way.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
I did have fun. I did have lots of fun. Very entertaining. And tomorrow we'll do it all over again, man. I'm ready to do it because I had to tweak the laptop yesterday. I couldn't do it. On Tuesday, I was really busy. Yesterday, I was just adjusting this laptop ready for stream. And now I'm ready. Today was tested strong and it worked beautiful. Tomorrow we're ready for rock and roll again. Thank you to everybody that was here earlier. I really do appreciate it. For those who came in and had to leave, and for those you guys still here, shout out to all of you, man. Dan, is Dan's fault because he came in earlier and that caused a chain effect where others came behind him. So that was good. Appreciate it. Everybody watching, when the video is up on YouTube, leave a comment in the comment section. Type maybe the timestamps of the fun parts, whatever you think is easier for us also to find your channels. If you type something in the comment section, we click on your name and it will take us to your channels. If you got any content or anything to shield, post it there. Remember, YouTube is very picky when you post links in the YouTube comment section. So if you don't see some of your comments, that sometimes is being held for YouTube to review or just disappear. YouTube just don't even post them. So sorry, I post every single comment unless in something the porn bots or is something really insulting or derogatory or something like that. I post 99% of all the comments that you guys post. Leave a like, check on the links in the description box on how to support, and let's get some final thoughts. First, we're gonna go with Blue Marble Science. He was listening. He say, "Oh, hell no to the no. I ain't joining today." Blue, your final thoughts. I don't know how much you heard of the show today.
Yeah, I heard plenty of it. I think it sounded rather. Actually, it's almost unwatchable on YouTube, to tell you the truth, with everybody talking over each other. But if you want to play that last little clip I posted, that's for Gary. Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Jose.
Cool. Thank you very much, Blue. All right. Let me play this very quickly. I'm gonna play it directly in the streaming, so I'm not gonna be sharing this with you guys. But how long is it, Blue? Is it a few seconds long?
Just a few seconds.
Okay, cool. Then I'm able to play that before we jump into the next final thoughts. Please bear with me, everybody. This is gonna be seen only on. Oh yeah. Got it. Yeah, let me download it and I'll open it right here very quickly.
Okay, one last time.
All right.
These are small, but
It's
the
a
ones
classic,
out
Blue. It's a
there
classic.
are.
Let me go back one more time and we're gonna play this now. Here we go.
Okay, one last time. These are small, but the ones out there are far away.
Shout out to Blue Marble Science. I'm sorry, my camera was on, but we heard the audio, so that was the important part. Boom.
Thanks, Jose.
Final thoughts, Chike.
Yeah. Well, my final thought is that Dan is not interested in the truth. He's interested to hear he is right. That's what you'll hear from me, at least from now on. Always right, never wrong. As far as Lemon concerned, I'm now positive that all that Lemon does is lie, all lies about him believing in the Bible, because someone who believes in the Bible would be very cautious not to bear false witness on his fellow man, even if it's done from just not knowing things. He would say, don't know, not say it's not true when it knows it's not true, or he didn't test it, if it's true or not. Good shit show, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, man. Komar, do you have some final thoughts for us? Well, I have final thoughts by Mr. Victory. Mr. Victory says, Dan is a snowflake and Gary is a coward. Boom. Shout out to Mr. Victory. Dan the Waterman, final thoughts. Dr. Bob, final thoughts.
Well, the only final thought that I have is that, first of all, I think today demonstrated that corrective information is not the way to approach science denial. They don't respond to corrective information. It's almost as if ignorance is a point of pride to these folks. I just find that discouraging to some extent.
I hear that. Thank you very much, Bob. Earth is live. Final thoughts.
Good show, Jose, and I'm just going to say I completely agree with Bob on that one. No matter what you show them, no matter what evidence you present, even though they ask for evidence all the time, and then they deny the evidence you bring them, nothing you show them is gonna change their mind. They're just gonna continue to dig a hole and go farther and farther down that rabbit hole. I guess they just feel comfortable there. But anyway, good show, Jose. Looking forward to the next one.
Thank you very much, Earth is live. I appreciate that. Ed Freeze, final thoughts.
Yes, the Earth is not flat. And for the flat earthers who say we can trust our senses, maybe you should try some psychedelics or try less. Thank you.
Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate it. Hannah, hey, it's always a pleasure to have you here. You got some final thoughts for us. What you got?
Oh, say, it's been a while. This felt like old times. It's fun.
Fun indeed. Yeah, I appreciate it. Always nice hearing you around.
Awesome.
Let's go with Larry Bro. P.S. You've been lurking in the background, listening, posting links. Final thoughts.
Yeah, I missed most of the show, but I came in during the heated Gary meltdown, and that's always entertaining. It's always entertaining. They just, I don't know, it's like what everybody has said. They just make up their own shit, say that's true. When showed, objective instrument measurement, they just say, nuh-uh. That's all they got is nuh-uh. Sun's not setting? Oh, get the fuck out of here. Boom.
Boom, Larry, boom. Thank you, brother. We have Luis. Luis, final thoughts.
Yes, I thought I'd be in a much worse state of mind, but I'm actually going to say something positive today. So I'll say that I'm always grateful to people who, among the bullshit I can hear from the flat earthers, keep bringing new datas, keep bringing new subjects I thought I'd never be interested in, and who keep doing a very good vulgarization job, and so on and so forth. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And we have Ters. Final thoughts.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic show. I loved it. You know what I mean? I've been under a lot of stress recently. My mum's been in the hospital for 3 weeks, and but she's doing well. Nothing serious. She just needs a little bit of physical therapy and stuff. But my God, today lightened up my day. Oh my God, I was laughing my head off. Getting those flat earthers fighting with each other, it was genius. We need to get more of that. Thank you very much, Jose. You've totally awakened my day, and that's all I've got to say about it. Thank you very much.
Good stuff, man. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate everybody. Before you all leave, big thank you to super chatters today, the people who gave super chat today: Anamorphic Mind, Mr. Victory's Radio, Leo, Kango 44, and Truth Nerds. Super chatters today. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. And we got PayPalers. PayPal, people supported on PayPal, and I thank you very much. Thank you very much. We had Ters B again. We have JB. We have Ters B and Tommy Grumble and B-Ball, aka Earth is Life, who supported via PayPal. Thank you guys very much. With all your support, we are able to continue keeping the boom alive. That is fuel for internet, electric bills, and pretty much it. That very, very appreciated. Remember to like, share, subscribe. Make sure that the bell notification icon is on. And take care, everybody. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Jose, JG, out. Boom.